All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow decoders around the world, I am super excited to be here for all of you once again to join the decoding family here on the great Saturn day night where everybody's out partying except for us. This would be our party. And I'm here to remind you once again that this is a movie that you're living inside of, which is why I'm wearing my little prop, my sunglasses. You're going to start to see, if you pay attention to the movies, a lot of people are wearing sunglasses. Should remind you that you're in a movie. So we get a little bit of a different setup. I wanted to create a new room. I'm kind of digging creating these new rooms. If you have a theater like this, or you know somebody that has one, you can get a picture straight head on like this in very high quality, and you want to share it, I'll use it if it's good, because I'm looking for more backdrops to make these things fun. Because I'm trying to get this, I'm on television. So this is a fractal into a fractal, etc., etc. So take off my props, get my light adjusted, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome out, man. I'm really happy you came and joined in tonight for what's your question number 59. Oh, what a big and mighty one this is, because it's tied to the game of life. I didn't know what I was going to create for the backdrop, like the poster for this that you saw in the beginning, the gentleman like this, where is it right here? This one right there. I didn't know what I was going to create. For like, what am I going to create for the wallpaper? And so I asked the tarot. And the card that I pulled out of the deck was the Seven of Cups, which is what this picture is hanging on the wall. I had to, I created this from another piece of art, and it just fit. And it's just so crazy because the guy standing there looking at the picture is a silhouette. And then there's the silhouette on the Seven of Cups in black and white. Why the Seven of Cups? Because this card right here represents the game of life. It represents the game of life. If you take the number, the game of life is 59. So this is a way you can decode. The game of life is 59 in numerology. And there isn't 59 cards in a deck. So you got to take the 52 total cards and then reduce down to get below the 52. So when you take 59 minus 52, you're going to get the number 7, and that's going to be the 7 of hearts. And the 7 of hearts converts into the 7 of cups. And the game of life, ladies and gentlemen, if your spirit looking down to come in this reality to play it, this is what you're facing. All these choices. This is one of the cards of the game of life. This is what the tarot told me to put on the screen tonight. I asked it. And I laughed because I'm so in tune with this reality, and I'm so loving life. It's just amazing. Despite the challenges and hurdles I have to go through. My life, trust me, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I make lemonade as best as I can every day. It's not always that way for me. I know some of you are struggling. You got to make lemonade out of that. So I'm going to be once again looking over to my right-hand side. This will be where my second monitor is. All your great comments coming in. And I hope to get to a lot of your questions tonight during this What's Your Question? Let me just move this up a little bit. Hold on. Okay, a little bit. All right, there we go. Okay. Okay. So let's check out, see what's going on in the world around me here. Let's get into some questions. You can talk about anything you want. Talk about anything you want. What's your question? Let's see what you got, ladies and gentlemen. Big love to everybody here. Thank you for showing up. Thanks for your comments. Thanks for the support, the love. It's amazing. What I have playing in the background for music is a band named Symbiosis, and the album is called Across the Moment. So please go support that band. Symbiosis. I'll be leaving that in the description of the video when I'm finished with this transmission. Because you have a lot of comments coming in. All you great oh man, so many great names in here. I love it. All these returning decoders, fellow decoders. What's up, Bobby? Great Bobby in the house. Maya, great Maya in the house. Pamela, big shout out to Pamela and Steven, the moderators. Thanks, the two of you, for coming in here and sharing some of your time with me and all the rest of the family here. You could have been anywhere. Like, this is what I love about this, ladies and gentlemen. These, even the moderators, man, they're dedicating their time to be in here to make sure, you know, there's not any freaking riffraff trash. It's about the best I can describe it. All right, so first question, Jason Guttridge. What do you think about the idea that we're going through compression, not expansion? I would say that is absolute. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking about this morning while I'm laying in bed, as I often do before I wake up, before I get out of bed, I should say. And the thought came to my mind, so this is very fitting. The thought came to my mind that I feel the universe, which is the God, is breathe in, breathe out, expansion and contraction, wax on, wax off. And the Big Bang to me describes expansion, breathing out. That's the Big Bang. But then the God, the cosmos, wants to breathe in, and it brings all that expansion back in to regroup, recalibrate, recenter itself, however that looks, and then it breathes out again. And then you get a new age. And I feel like this could maybe the way, you know, like the Mandela effect, all these like weird things happening. Because when the cosmos breathes out and it has its expansion, however long that goes, through these ages, maybe it is the great year of 25,000, etc., through the ages of astrology. Well, then when it breathes back in, it collects everything that it breathed out, and you have some interference patterns going on. So I definitely think there's some merit to we're going through a contraction period versus expansion. I think that is definitely what's going on here. Especially Aquarian, the age of Aquarius, with being an air sign. So. But definitely, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, the bad, and the ugly is all within the expansion contraction. And I really wish that people would understand these concepts, the basic fundamentals that most just don't pay attention to because they're too busy with the mainstream and, you know, with life in general. But the basic fundamentals of how this reality works. Instead of getting, you know, you can get into deep topics through physics, through sacred geometry, and through these ideas that we've created over the years. But, you know, the basic fundamental, I mean, I just go to nature. Nature is just so beautiful to tell the story of how this reality works. And when you start to study nature, you see it's not a pretty picture. I mean, just this picture alone right here, which I had up right here. This is a picture right here. This picture right here is very beautiful. I chose this one because there's the middle path, right? It matched the color scheme. I have a little aqua blue here, but the middle path, the road, this is your journey right here, right in front of you, and it will never end until you pass on. This is neutrality, by the way. Like both, one side on the right, one side on the left. This is love and fear, and then in the middle is neutrality. And that's where you're going to get the most peace that you can possibly get in this reality, I feel. which that represents that picture right there. Let me just flash out that again, that this is your blood pH. The blood pH is consistent around 7.3 to 7.4. This right there would indicate the pH balance of your blood. This little path right here is the heart chakra. And then, the Wizard of Oz, as I had said in some of my decodes, I feel like the whole story of the Tin Man looking for his heart. That's all of us. And that story is about the wizard coming down here to play the game through us. And because it incarnates and it doesn't have a heart, it's looking for one. And at the same time, this whole reality is based upon looking for love. It is the Knight of Cups card, this reality. Because card number 48 is this one. And, Prometheus is 48, which I showed in that Let's Talk About Pluto. So the ruler of this reality, the co-ruler of this reality, however you want to look at it, is the dirt beneath your feet. And it looks for love, like it incarnates and then it looks for love. And that's what you're doing. That's what I'm doing. And it doesn't have to be intimate partnerships. It can be a project that you fall in love with to create, that you're supposed to create. So, and this card, if you watch my Two Thieves, this is in the cross that people make across their bodies, that people worship, that people wear around their necks. It's the cube unfolded. But this is right in the golden ratio. Card 48 tied to Prometheus, tied to the Christ. Knowledge 2020 says tree of life. Yeah, tree of life, tree of knowledge. One and the same. I was studying some Genesis. And that whole story, just some shit just doesn't sound right. That I never gave critical thinking to. And the thing about it is that why would you, if you're the God, why would you make a tree of knowledge of good and bad? Why would you even put one there? What would the point be of putting a tree and saying you don't eat from it? Why would you put it there? And then the story goes that the first human beings ever created, that they were the closest to perfection, didn't pass the test. Just shit, there's so many holes in that stuff. So, anyways. Jerry Danowski, what do you think of tropical Vedic? You talking about taking tropical astrology and overlaying the nakshatras? If you're talking about that, I love it. I did it in my my breakdown of Elon Musk. Check out my Elon Musk Decoded. I broke down his astrological chart using tropical astrology with the nakshatras. See, I feel personally that when I do my readings, I use both charts. I use Vedic, I use sidereal, and I use tropical. And I feel that sidereal is your root chakra. It runs east to west. It runs along the plane of the earth. And then tropical is based on the precession of the equinoxes, and of course it's solar based, so it's north to south. And that would be the crown. So I've done enough readings now and studying myself a lot that both systems are congruent with describing who I am, and then when I do my readings for people, both systems work. So there's no reason to argue, debate, but really astronomy only matches up with sidereal. It doesn't match up with tropical, with the planet placements in the constellations. So that's why I feel like Vedic sidereal is the root, and then tropical is the future. It's where we're going. And that's about 23 to 24 degrees forwards. And of course, both are going to have their say because you're going from the root to the crown. And the crown is tropical astrology. That's how I look at it. So you got to read from both charts. And you're going to see that both charts have merit. Both charts have a lot of things to say about who you are and why you're here. Some of you will resonate more with tropical than you will with sidereal. But that doesn't mean you should just say, well, oh, there it is. It's tropical. No. See, as many things as you can get your hands on, the better off you're going to be at describing who you are and why you're here. Studying things like, what's your personality type, your Briggs-Myers? Why is that so accurate? Who came up with the ideas of the Briggs-Myers? Where did those thoughts come from? You could say Carl Jung but where did his thoughts come from? I got to do a decode on that guy. And then you get the Enneagram. Where did the people that created that system, why is that so accurate once you dial in your type? And then you get your numerology, your life path, which is your soul contract. And then your identification, which is your name, your birth certificate name. That's your ID. That's your adversary of your spirit. You got to work it together. You got to work in unison with either one of those. So these are all layers. Of course, the course I've been saying, coming to the projected date is this summer for this course to come out. We have Jordan and I and my buddy Flock. We have a big project that we're working on that we're going to be launching soon. I can't wait to. A little premature to say what it is, but got some big stuff in the works. So big shout out to Flocks. Big shout out to my main man Jordan over at Waters Above. I was listening to his live. I hope you caught his live yesterday. I was able to come in there and listen to his words of wisdom. I always love listening to what he's got to say because he's got a lot of good nuggets. So, and then I just did a podcast with Tommy Truthful and Donut. So big shout out to their channels. Go support these guys. Go pick out what you like about what they talk about. We all have our own little say in things. So that was a lot of fun. We did podcasts, and it wasn't 138, but he put it on there. Of course, it was day number 138. It was kind of funny as it all just matched up. So let's get to some more questions here. Footprints. Could you kindly point me towards where I can get an in-depth reading? Well, yeah, you would. If you're interested in a reading, I'm almost booked out for June. I'm not going to be doing any reading. July's booked out. I'm going to be taking some time off. And then August, I haven't yet started doing any bookings on that. And I'm really kind of trying to distance myself away from readings because this course is what I'm focused on. And I tell you, the main reason why I'm doing this course is for the kids. I don't have children, but I love kids. I'm a big kid. The main reason why I want to do this course, to revolutionize the way the whole esoteric world is all about, unlike it's ever been done before, is because I'm doing it for the kids. If you got kids, man, don't you want to know their code? Of course you do. And it will allow you to parent these kids better and all that kind of stuff. So as far as the readings, if you are interested in a reading, I have slim pickings right now. And that's not to bring scarcity. I'm just telling you like it is. You can email me, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, or go to my website, cosmicsugar.org, and check it out. But it may be pushed out till August. I don't know yet how much time I have left here with readings. So. Have you heard of the book, The Man in the Sky, The True Zodiac? I have not. Knowledge 2020. Don't know what that book is. Jerry says, didn't Jung get mad at Freud for cocaine use in women? Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there. See, I value the information. Everybody has their demons, man. Everybody goes through their ups and downs. I don't disvalue their information because they're going through a cycle of their life. I don't just shit on it and say that's no longer valuable anymore. No, you look at, for me personally, and this is how I've always rolled my whole life, I've always strived to look at the good in people. Always. Because isn't that the way it's supposed to be? You don't have to go hang out with people that you don't resonate with, but why would you just dismiss somebody's information because they're going through a cycle of their life that you don't really resonate with. You know, I mean, big shout out to my great friend Santos Panacci, a perfect example, man. You know, he dedicated his life to the esoteric, and he dropped so many nuggets over the years. I mean, he's a freaking hero, man. But yet he went through a period of his life, and then everybody crucified him, and everybody forgot how great of information he put out there for so many years, tirelessly putting it out there, giving, and then just a cycle of his life, and everybody just shits. It's just, and it's like, really, that's how you observe life? Man, you must have a really miserable life if you're looking at life that way. Look at the good in people, folks, and then when they're going through their cycles, realize they're going through a cycle in their life. Maybe they're in freaking pain. You ever been in pain before? Do you know what it's like to go through life with pain? You wake up and you're in pain. Your irritability level goes down. Your toleration levels go down. You're not the same frequency as you are when you're in pain. You don't know what kind of cycle someone's going through in life. Have a little bit more just understanding. Just be like, okay, well, they'll just be neutral. This is where neutrality comes in. You don't have to like the way people are when they're going through their cycles, but you don't know what's going on with their life. We'd love to hear a decode on narcissist. Well, here's my final answer on narcissists. Every single one of us are narcissists. You're a narcissist. Everybody here is everybody here is bipolar. Everybody is everything. You're just going to be a gradient of it. That's okay if you don't have to agree with me. That's my truth. But if you go read about a narcissist, you will have traits of the key points of what a narcissist is. You'll just have it a little bit more or less than what a true, like a really prime narcissist person is. Bipolarism. You know, you fly. How many of you ever, flown off the handle and lost your shit? Just didn't know where you were. You blacked out, freaked out. I'm sure everybody here would say, "Yeah, I've done that before." Well, that's a symptom of that. Would I decode the truth codes? I don't know what the truth codes are. Insight. Cool. I don't know. How'd you get your avatar like that? Kind of cool. To leave Earth, maybe we go down, maybe we go through the ocean and out. Well, what's really fascinating about that concept, and I'm going to be doing another one. I got to reach out to her. Ola, we did a Let's Escape the Matrix. Let's talk about escaping the Matrix. We're going to do a part 2. We were supposed to do it in March, and we just never did it. But she had said, she felt like you got to go down through the underworld, which, when you die, you will. Where do you think the underworld is? It's beneath your feet. So when you die, you're definitely going to reach that space, whatever that looks like. But what's really fascinating about the body and us being born as human beings, and I've said this before, and I didn't know this until I researched it, but the very first thing that gets created in the womb is the asshole, the anus. The anus is the first thing that gets created when you're a baby, before you turn into an embryo, or starting from the embryo, I should say. So you could say we're all assholes. So you're like a starfish before you become a human being. That's kind of like the joke. And anus is tied to the word Uranus. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, on the periodic table, it's so very fitting because, uranium there's speculation on, you could say, plutonium and neptunium or natural elements, but these are fissionary. They go through layers of fission or decay to get down to, but uranium is like the last natural element, element 92, and starts with the letter U, like you and me. It's the horseshoe, the lucky horseshoe over your doorstep, tied to Uranus. It's really interesting. And Uranus has the word anus in it. That's right, you run us, Christopher. Go to the reincarnation, moonlight, or the dark abyss, path to salvation. Yeah, it's an interesting concept, Moon Peach, right? A lot of people don't go to the light. Like, okay, well, this is the thing about these theories. People are so sure, and again, this is all about making the truth your own, but people state it like they're so sure this is the way it is, which, of course, in their world it is, but it's a theory. See, no one's ever died and come back to been able to prove it, of which way the path is. Nobody. So it's theoretical on which way to go. We don't know. The only thing that we can do at this point is be the best little devil here that we can be. We can be service to others. That's the way I roll, man. I mean, if you're into the law, one material, 51% service to others. That's the requirement to graduate. So I've already, for me, I feel like I already got that checked off the list. And I'm not doing it because I'm afraid I won't make the list. I'm doing it because that's what makes me feel good, to help people. How about you? See, it's no fear in here in this group. Hopefully you're here. There's no fear here. Whatever's about to come. No fear here. Knowledge 2020, I loved your Phoenix decode. Thank you. I'm going to do a part 2. I already mentioned that when I was on with Jason and Jordan. But it will be on 2024 is interesting. It's super interesting. Next year is, I feel, between now and 2024, Rosh Hashanah, which would be September-ish of next year. I think a lot of shit's going to go down. But I'm a fan of that because I'm ready to get through it. Aren't you? Like the anticipation, like we all know something drastic feels like it's coming. Now, I'm not saying this is absolute cemented in reality. This is not absolute fact. These are possibilities. But it seems like the majority of us here, the possibility that we're looking at is there's a shitstorm coming and we got to get through that. And it could get ugly. It could get really tiresome. It could get really burdensome. It could get really challenging. But if you're one of those to make it out on the other end, there could be a lot of glory at the other end of it. And that's the only thing that we can hope for. But as far as the Phoenix breakdown, the map that I looked at based upon Brashear's calculations of 2040, which is the 24, which is big, the number 24. But the 2041 to me makes more sense because 241 is the 53rd prime number, and that's iodine, which is 1/2 of the IM. So I've been looking at the astrological map for 2041. And it's pretty significant. It's pretty significant. Would love a Mercury decode. I have tons of paper birds asking about Mercury. I have so many decodes that I've included Mercury in. It's stretched out through countless decodes. Mercury 23, the planet of communication. The ruler of several houses in astrology. Of course, one being the Empress, which is the Ida and the Pingala, caduceus Mercury. Mercury, the planet of communication. It's tied to that very, very, very fortunate number through numerology, the lens of numerology, the number 23, Mercury's 23. But then you got to get into the original, where the original spelling came from, and do the numerology of that. I haven't done that yet. Hydrogeranium, I think it is. Do a decode on Terence McKenna, Bruce Lee asks. Well, you're in luck because I am working on that. He's a fascinating guy. Passed at the age of 53, which is the iodine, one half of the IM. Terence McKenna he died at 53. That's a big marker. He died of brain cancer, I think it was. And when you look at his astrological chart, it was in his charts to do so. I'll be showing that. Terence McKenna, the great Terence McKenna. Yep, working on that. It'll be a mini decode, but I'm just trying to get this information out there. So it'll be probably a decoding short on Terence McKenna, but for sure. I got that one shelved right now. If two people have the same, Liz is asking, if two people have the same birthday, would you have the same code? No. You'll stretch it out over personality types. You'll get into Enneagram. You'll have a different Enneagram more than likely. You may have a different, you'll have numerology different. Life path will be the same, of course, but the numerology for the name will change that, the identity. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, see, the way I do charts and readings and stuff, the life path, which is the soul contract, that is your spirit entering into your body, which then has an adversary, which is your ego. Both are essential, and you got to work as in unison. But the ego is your identification, and it's tied to your name. And then you can get into all sorts of things with the planetary positions and all that kind of stuff. But even if you have twins, they're going to be different. And that's obvious, right? But there's going to be a lot of similarities. Jacob's, I'm not fall. Let me see. You shouldn't try and get rid of the ego. You never will. So you can try all you want. You're never going to get rid of the ego. If you just take an example, how about let's use, a monk in Tibet living in the monastery in the mountains. Does it have an ego? Of course. See, it makes the choice of being the monk in the mountains of Tibet. That's the ego making that choice. Among so many other things. It's when you merge the two together, the spirit and the ego, and that's when you have your bliss. Some of you, when I do readings, you look at your identification, which is your ego, which is your name numerology. And I've said so many times, you got to add your mother's maiden name on the back end of that to get an extension upon what your birth certificate name means. But some of you'll have the number of your identification, your ego, match that of your spirit. And that means it's already meshed up. They're kind of on the same team, but some of you have variances. Some of you will be like a 5 for your name, for your identification, and maybe your life path is a 1. So your spirit came and incarnated into this reality to be a leader. So it's going to have a lot of competition energy to it. And then the name being a 5 is the busiest number, so you need a lot of freedom to be that leader. And then you got to look at the celestials in astrology to see exactly what all the moving parts are, to kind of bring it all home together and to figure out how you make sense of all this. But it's really beautiful when you look at numerology and you tie it into astrology and then the cards, of course. It's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, Jerry says ego is not evil. That's correct. It's not. Only if you say it is. If you say the ego is evil, then that's your truth. Well, then that's what it will become. So Jerry says that the ego is not evil. So for Jerry saying that, that means that the ego is not evil to him. But I know plenty of people, I see plenty of people that curse the ego. And then they make that their truth. They work through that lens and that, that story, that screenplay. Zeno says, let's talk about what's in the cups of the wallpaper picture. So are you talking about this, what's in the cups here? Well, this is a Rider-Waite deck, early 1900s. This card is choices. This card right here on the wall means choices. And that's why it's tied to the game of life, because the 7 of Cups, 7 meaning the 7 chakras, it means choices, the choices that you get to make as an individual here through your screenplay. That's what that card means. There's many renditions of the 7 of Cups. But the card itself can be tied to illusions. What's so fascinating about the 7 of Hearts is this is Bill Gates' birth card. And it's also, what's his name? Yeah, right. I can't even think of him because I don't follow the mainstream so much. Fauci. They both have the 7 of Hearts. This card can mean illusions. Yeah, a lot of that was going on. Okay, so let's talk about the ego. Let's talk about that. Once again, let's talk about the ego. Let's get the tarot card for that. There we go. So by the way, if you're wondering what deck, I had to get a new Rider-Waite deck because I gave my other one away. I got this one. It's pretty awesome. So a lot of you ask, like, what deck do you get? This is the one I'm using right here. It's called the Radiant, and it comes in a little tin. So I throw it in a tin. It's pretty cool. Comes in a little tin. You can get it on Amazon. This is the one I'm using. I like it because it's small. The cards, they're almost the size of a playing card. They're a little bit longer, a little bit skinnier, but they're easier to shuffle, and I like that. So that's what I'm going with. But the ego itself, the word ego is in numerology is 15, and of course the 15th card in the major arcana, the Devil card. The Devil represents your ego. That's why I say be the best little devil you can be. This card right here, from my research, is tied to the sign of Taurus the Bull. Typically, you're going to hear a lot of tarot card readers say that this is a Capricorn energy. I don't agree at all. When you go 13 cards all the way around, 13 sits in the middle. The 14th card would go back to Aries. The 15th card, which is the Devil, would sit in the house of Taurus. Taurus is ruled by Venus. Venus represents procreation. The game needs players. So this is your ego. That represents your ego. And you can't get rid of it, folks. You gotta master it, which you never will, but you gotta make friends with it. You actually have to be that guy sitting on top of that block. You want to be that dude. Which, I had my exit decoded. The word exit is 15. On my exit decoded, I showed that the game of life is derived off of light. If there's no light, there's no game here. Like right now, it's nighttime. I have artificial lights on. You wouldn't see me unless it was for light. If I sat here in the pitch black, well, I mean, how much fun is that? So the devil is light, tied to light. I mean, that's the ego. What do you want in life? What do you desire? That's your devil. That's your ego. Like you got two black suns in your eyes. That's your inside, right inside your iris is the black sun. The iris of your eye, the color of your eye, that's the 12 apostles, the 12 zodiac signs, the iridium, the iris, which is element number 77. And what's so fascinating about iridium is that the Eagles, the band The Eagles, they're the 5 band members, Don Henley and Glenn Frey, et cetera, when you add up their birthdays, it equals 77. And their song Hotel California. It means this body is the hotel. It's just so easy to see. So in tarot, it's really fascinating because the typical person will say there's 78 cards in a tarot deck. However, the Fool is card 0. That is not 1, it's 0. This is why when I share my people ask me, I get a lot of emails, can I get the slides from you? Can I get the graphics? So I send them out to countless people. And in that email that I send off, I have 2 charts of the tarot. One is the Fool in the 0 and the 22nd position, which seems to be a really popular one. And when you do that, it makes 78 cards. But if you remove the Fool from the 22nd position, you would now have 77 cards because the Fool has a big fat 0 on it. 77 is a very big number because it represents your hotel. So these numbers all encroach, and you can easily see the code likes to have a pair of numbers. It doesn't use just one number. It uses 2 numbers, like 2 astrological signs. This is classic in the house of Aries, the first sign. It's always going to be Aries ruled by Mars. Mars is the masculine testosterone. The second house is always going to be by default Taurus ruled by Venus. Venus is going to be the estrogen. So 1 and 2, they come together and they form the bride and groom, just like the right and left hemispheres of your brain. They represent the sun above. That's the Ark of the Covenant above, and then your brain represents the Ark of the Covenant below. It's really easy to see this. Knowledge 2020, have you done a decode on the Rosicrucians? Many, not straight up, but many references to the Rosicrucians. The Great Society. I would love to go sit in some of their meetings, man. Just be like a fly on the wall. Even Freemasonry, which, I belong to no organization, by the way, in case you're wondering, those of you that are new here. But I would love to go sit in on a high level meeting where they're teaching stuff and just sit there and be an observer to see what they got to say. I would love to do it. I think it's cool that they have all these levels and all that stuff. I don't want to go through all that crap. I feel like, maybe if you're new and you don't really have any esoteric knowledge, but just give me the goods, man. Just give me the 33, 34th level. I want to see what you got. See what you guys and gals got. What's the numerology of number 49? So Batum's asking, what's the numerology of number 49? That doesn't make any sense. You mean if you do 49? That's what you're talking about? That's going to be a very, very subordinate outcome. It won't have a lot. It'll have some tie-ins to it because every number does. So you can type in 49 or 49. But if you get the 10 of spades, that's card number 59 or 60. So you got to start looking for those numbers. But it would be irresponsible for me to answer this question because you're asking a very basic question that I couldn't even provide. I wouldn't even provide an answer because it'd be irresponsible of me to do it. I would have, I got to look at somebody's entire code to give you my opinion on there. But you go look at the 10 of spades and see exactly what it's all about. Let me put this in here for all of you asking about your cards. There, it's all in. There you go. Pin this. Okay, so whoever is interested in your card, your birth card, I just pinned it to the top of the chat. Go to that website, click on your birthday, go read about your card. That's the first starting point of what I would tell you to do. Okay? And then you can go take that same card to convert it into the tarot and go research it in the tarot and go read about what it means in the tarot. That would be a second layer you can get. But you got to go and you got to do your personality type. You got to look at your astrological charts. You got to look at your Enneagram. You got to look at your person. These are all layers that are going to be part of your cosmic blueprint. Going through your comments here. So Above Beyond says you have to do something to somebody to get to 33rd level. Is that a fact or is that your opinion? Do you actually know that to be an absolute fact? Have you been to that level? Or is you just getting that as regurgitation? I'd love to hear your response to that. Not saying you're wrong, but where's your references coming from? What's my opinion on psychedelics? It's a tool. It's a tool like a hammer or a saw in a carpenter's box. That's what psychedelics are to me. There's a time in my life when I used cannabis a lot. You could say I probably abused it. And I think there is such a thing. Now I rarely ever use it. And, you know, for me, like, to be honest, like I've gotten the deepest, most profound layers handed to me in my reality by being on nothing. But that's me. That's my life, you know. But there's times when I have taken cannabis and I've gone super deep. And life's just so much more fun on cannabis. I mean, I'm just going to keep it real. When I was a heavy cannabis user, and when I mean heavy, I'm talking maybe doing 1 toke a day, 2 tokes a day. That's taking just 1 toke. That's it. Not smoking a whole bowl. I mean, the heavy hitter shit is just like you do 1 hit of 25%, 27%, and that's all you need. Because I don't like to get floored and I can't function. Life just becomes so much more fun. Especially someone like me who's very serious and introverted primarily. When cannabis enters my body, man, I get the opposite. I get social, funny. I get extrovert. It's a tool. And then, you know, the thing about cannabis I found through experience is that once you get to that state of being influenced by the plant, you don't want to be not influenced by the plant. So then life can be a little bit boring. So these are things that I kind of look at. My thoughts on crystals. I love them. I got crystals. I got some organite. I have a moon. Right now I'm working with in my bedroom. So every night before I go to sleep, I have some selenium wands, some rods. and I have them in the shape of a letter T. And I pick 3 cards, typically from the Cards of Illumination, randomly. And I'll place them in a specific order. And then I put my moonstone on there, which is kind of the same thing as selenium. And I'm working with stibnite, which is a form of antimony. So I have a little piece of stibnite my buddy gave me. And then I have a piece of moldavite. So those 3 right now are the 4, the stones I'm working with by my bedside right now. And I monitor my dreams to see what's happening, if I can pick anything out. And then I do my enhancements by taking like magnesium, which I love right before bed. And maybe occasionally I do some melatonin, which really is like a turbocharger for me, because I've never had a problem with sleep. Sleep's one of my favorite things to do. I love going to sleep. So. Malachite's cool. Colin Goddard's asking, do you think we put out light, or are we darkness without the sun? Okay, so I talked about this in my Let's Talk About Pluto, and I'll give you my opinion once again on this, okay? In my opinion, the Earth is the black sun. Now, there are going to be people that say there's a black sun through the North Pole. Well, that's great, but there's no way to prove that. And it may be true. Maybe there is the black sun inside the Earth, which is the core, which is through the North Pole. Okay? And above that, there's the Polaris. And then you have the sun and the moon on either side, and that forms the diamond, and it forms the square and compass, and you get into Freemasonry and all that stuff. But the Earth to me is, and I had stated this during my Let's Talk About Pluto, the Earth is the black sun. It's at least tied to it. Because the Earth does not give off any of her own light or its light. It relies on light to create photosynthesis, to give us life, folks, to create plants. I mean, and if you're someone who consumes animals, well, those animals consume plants. So without food for the animals, you ain't got no food. So it doesn't make a difference which way you slice or dice it. The Earth relies on the sunlight for its energy, photosynthesis, the phosphorus, nitrogen cycles, the ecosystem that we live in. So when it comes to human beings, there's nothing light about you. Yeah, you can go and stand in front of certain devices which will monitor your colors, and you give off, because you give off frequency. You give off frequency, which can be measured in the light spectrum, yes. But you're measuring frequency, vibration. But if we all go stand in a pitch black room, you will not be shining any colors. You'll be black. And for me, the tall tale sign was, when you're born into this world, you're born from the darkness. You're born in the womb. There is no light inside the mother's womb. 0 light in there. Okay, there's no light inside the womb. So you're born into the light. So when people say, I'm a light worker, okay, I would beg to differ, but you work in the light, but there's nothing light about you. So where are you going to go when you physically die? We don't know what happens to any of the spirit, the soul, the what's inside of it. These are all theoretical. We don't know anything about that stuff. What I do know for 1 + 1 = 2 fact is that when you die, you're either going to get cremated, which turns into dust, which is the ground, or you're going to get buried 6 feet under, and you're going to return to the ground and part of the soil again. That we do know that. And is there any, when you go 6 feet under and you cover it with dirt, is there any light in there? No. That's the straight 1 + 1 = 2 answer. There's no light 6 feet under. So the underworld is darkness. And darkness is where we all came from. In the mother's womb, it's dark. Any experience in clairvoyant? Well, I think we're all that. I think we all have the ability to be psychic. Some more than others. Some more, we all have gifts that are shining more than others, right? Some of us are very talented at playing music. Not everybody can practice playing music and they can become musicians, but, could everybody be a singer? You can want to be a singer, but is your voice, even if you condition your voice, could you be a singer? Some people, I think, some people are just not cut out to do certain things. But I think psychic abilities and being clairvoyant and using telekinetic powers and all that stuff, these can be cultivated. I think some people with their given codes are more than others. For instance, like today is May 20th, and May 20th's card attached to it is the Queen of Clubs. And the Queen of Clubs, this card right here, being card number 25, tied to the Black Sun, tied to Earth, tied to the Queen of the Earth. This card is very psychic. It's extremely psychic. So if you have this as your birth card, well, you're very, very psychic. Don't be surprised when somebody says that you're psychic, or don't be surprised when you can see things that people can't see, and it's the real deal. The counterpart to the Queen of Clubs, besides the 3 of Hearts, is the 36th card in the deck, the 10 of Diamonds. This is Matthew Groening's birth card, the creator of The Simpsons. So this card is highly psychic. Where do you think he's getting all this information from? Have I experienced any astral body travel? I have not. Is there light from the pineal gland? I decoded the pineal gland. When I put that out, I included, I should go watch that again. I included Prometheus and his counterpart Epimetheus, which I feel like is us. And the light enters the eye and it has to go through certain pathways, and the pineal gland is included in there. But I really feel like the big marker in the brain is the thalamus. Because if you look at the all-seeing eye in Egypt, it's your brain, and when you cut it in half, the thalamus is that eye piece, which is the golden egg. It's the pineal gland and pituitary. These are all components of how it means to be a human being. But I really feel like the thalamus is the main it's like the central processing unit, if you will. The earth is the eye, says the Moroccan king. Yeah, there's merit to that, right? As I've been saying for a long time now, your eye is your zodiac wheel. And you're like, well, I only have one birth chart. Yeah, but you got the now chart right now that constantly moves. So you have your birth chart, and then you got the now chart. And where the so below and the as above is the stargate above, which is the astrological map. Since we're on the motherboard, we create on Mother Earth as above, so below. And it works as a pair. It works as a unit with the celestials, the sun, the moon, the whole 9 yards. Where do I recommend getting crystals? I could not point you in that direction. I have some, I've never gotten really big into them. I have some friends that are really big into them, but I've never gotten really that big into them. So I couldn't give you any opinions on that. Bellsprout's asking me what are my thoughts on UFO phenomenon. Okay, well, that's kind of a many-part answer. There's a lot of information coming out on high-level governments having these crafts and flying them around. So there is a piece of, and I'm saying this is possible. I'm not saying this is absolute. Now, everything I'm saying here is purely speculative. I can't prove it. But there's a lot of videos that I've watched, people send me, of officials, people coming out saying that the governments have technology for UFOs. They have their own UFOs. And what maybe you're seeing in the sky for all these years may have been a ship that the government owns or a government owns. There is that possibility. Then there is the possibility of really being, aliens, extraterrestrials flying around with spacecrafts. I mean, if the governments have spacecrafts, well, you would think that they got the ideas from something. Now, doesn't mean it has to come from an alien or extraterrestrials, but why, I'm decoding Area 51. I'm still working on that one. Why is that thing so heavily guarded? I don't think that's just a show or a facade. So there are people that difference in opinion on that, but I think Area 51, if you know what that means, if you know the latitude, longitude, I've studied it enough where I think it's the real deal. Something's going on there. So there could be the possibility of UFOs being, human beings have built them. And then there could be the aspect of technology through extraterrestrials. But, then you bring in the possibility of illusions and holographic images. So when you know that the technology exists, because you're starting to see it coming out, holographic technology, well then, for me personally, if I can't touch it, I will doubt it. If I see it, if someone shares with me, oh my God, I saw it in the sky, I can't touch it. That's the stage of life that I'm at using critical thinking. In order for me to honestly, and I'm not doubting there are aliens. In order for me to believe in a gray alien, I would have to meet one. I'm not going to be that guy to have faith and say, yeah, I believe in them. Pictures. Sorry, anybody put a costume on. I'm not doubting it though. Plenty of people get abducted and all that stuff, but who's doing that? Well, how's that all work? I don't know. I would have to be abducted myself to give you my personal take on it. So that's kind of how I look at it. I'm a doubting Thomas. I'm the guy who has to touch it, smell it, feel it, see it to believe it. And I think at this stage of the game, man, I think everybody here should maybe use some skepticism on what I just said. Not just look up in the sky, it's this, it's that, I'm seeing this or that. Yeah, but it could be a holographic image you're seeing. Yep, clones. I did a thing on cloning, and I had shown, was Jesus a clone? If there was a real guy named Jesus, was he a clone? I don't know. I don't doubt the fact that there may have been a possibility of someone coming here by the name of the Messiah, the Christ, and all that stuff. But what I do doubt, what sounds really absurd to me using critical thinking, is why would God create a shitstorm or allow a shitstorm to happen? Because if this was your reality, think about it. If you created, do you in your house, just for example, let's just use your example. If those of you that have families, you got kids, do you just let your kids freaking just blow your house up? Do you let your kids just destroy your walls and poke holes in everything and smash glasses everywhere and leave their room a freaking filthy mess? Do you allow your house to have that happen? No. But this reality is a house. And there's freaking, it's craziness. All that stuff's allowed to happen. And we're not even perfect people. Yet most people that have a household, that have kids, you probably hopefully you run somewhat of a tight ship. Well, it's not a tight ship here. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. So anyway, getting back to the Jesus thing, I just don't see the point of sending somebody here to say, you got to believe in me to be saved. It does not make sense. It just doesn't make any logical sense at all. Like I consider myself, I don't know about you, I would think you would agree. Like I consider myself a really good person. I consider myself somebody who's service to others. I don't always get it right. I'm not always like, this model citizen all the time, but my dominant expressions of energy is someone who gives and has compassion for the world and loves the world and treats it like a global village. And I don't believe any of the stories. I don't put my faith in anything. Oh, you mean to tell me that because I'm not putting my faith in a story, I'm not going to be one of the chosen ones, or however that, then you got to believe in that story. So I don't believe in any of that story stuff. None of that stuff in my life applies to me. I just think it's very absurd for people to actually think that you got to someone was sent to this place so they could save the human race. Well, there's no saving going on. There hasn't been any. If the Christ is 2,000 years old, there hasn't been any saving going on. The story is so absurd to me. And I never got it growing up. I just took it for face value. I mean, it was just like, okay, this is what you got to believe. And there was a talking snake and, there was a talking donkey. And then I let Job kill his whole family. The stories are just they're so unbelievable. There's so much more to this than we've been told. And I just, like I said, I think if you think about the story of that whole context, it just doesn't make any sense. That's why, for me, I think that Jesus Christ, it's been butchered. To me, the idea of the Christ is you. It's me. You're the Jesus Christ superstar. I'm the Jesus Christ superstar. You're him. I'm you. Every single one of us is having a Christ experience. You are your own savior. There's no guru that's going to come save you. If you're just going to be a good person, go do that. That's it. That's the only requisite I feel is necessary to graduate, if there is such a thing and possibility. Just go be service to others. That's it. Be nice to people. The Bible is a farmer's almanac. That's pretty funny. I just, the whole thing about the look, first and foremost, the Christ story is the story's taken from the As Above, which it's pretty obvious. On December 22nd, December 23rd, December 24th, the sun dies. What does the death mean? Sits below the ecliptic, the line that the sun follows with the zodiac signs. And then on December 25th, it moves 1 degree above the ecliptic. Santos Bonacci's shown this a million times over. And that's the sun rising again. Okay? So if there is a story of a real dude and it was matched up here and a guy came out of a tomb, well, it's going to be referencing the sun that rises up on December 25th. That's it. That's the story. But for me to go sit in a church, I have to get on my knees, or I have to pray or sing and eat bread and drink wine or pass it around, not knowing what that ritual means. No, thank you. I did it. But that's not going to make you a good person to do it. Only if you say so. I have no idea what those rituals mean. That's one of the reasons why, and again, nothing against the organization, like Freemasonry. I went to one of their lodges and I met some dudes there. They were cool. But I was like, I don't really want to do the rituals because I don't know what they mean. So, I'm not saying anything's wrong with what they're doing. I just don't know. But now I'll go find my knowledge elsewhere. Same thing with church. I don't need to go study a book and to be a good person, folks. I don't need to put my faith in an individual on a story that someone says you must put your faith in this to be saved from what? You're going to die one day. Every single one of us here face one thing that is 1 + 1 = 2 fact. One day you will die. That's the only thing we know. It doesn't get any more simpler than that. I think the story of the Christ is great. Be a good person, be service to others. Those are the big takeaways. Anything other than that, I think it's been butchered. It's just so crazy. I've said this so many times to people that are very in that, and I've had conversations, and I posed the question. I'm like, if you never knew about the story of Jesus, the typical Western story about Jesus, would you just go out there and start being an asshole, start being a bad person? Would you just be like, well, I didn't know there was a Jesus guy and I could be somebody good? No, you're either incarnating to work for Utopia or you're incarnating to work for Dystopia. That's it. That's my final answer. Besides, the Holy Bible is taken from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. So, there's that. Jerry Rose says, I thought we never die, we are eternal beings. That's theory. That's a theory that I believe in, yes, but it's not proven. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. So theoretically, we're eternal, we never die. That's something you're going to either accept or reject. Right? That's not a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. But dying, I'm saying physical. You will die one day. And you return to the ground or in a box full of ashes. I don't know what's so scary about that. I've broken down the Bible. I've decoded the Bible. So many ways and shown. People are like, yeah, God's going to do this and you'll see God's. And I'm like, dude, go read Job 41 verses 11. You know what it says there? It says everything under heaven is mine. Okay, well then how can there be a devil? So if it's yours, then why aren't you doing something about it? You know what religion's going to tell you? Well, he's letting the devil do that because he's got a short period of time. Dude, if your house was a freaking running amok, would you just like, well, I'll do it next year. The kids, they're shooting people in the neighborhood and they're freaking drawing on the walls and they're killing animals and I'll worry about it next year. I'll just let them keep doing what they're doing and I'll discipline them next year. We'll just let it run its course. You guys just keep beating people up at school. You can eat whatever you want, torture your bodies. Could beat up your sister. Go ahead and go do that for about a year and then maybe I'll discipline you. Does that sound like good parenting to you? Take that same context and put it into religion and that's exactly what the story is. Doesn't make sense. Does not make sense at all. Just that story alone right there with the kids, man. There's more to this reality than we know, but I go on common sense and logic, and I'm so grateful for my life. I'm so grateful for whatever created me. I'm grateful for that. I talk to it all the time, whatever that it is. And I focus on the good, try to focus on the gratitude, the great things. I don't have kids. I don't have a crazy house. I don't have a Brady Bunch. I don't have to discipline. It's just me. So that's the experience I chose to do. That's the screenplay I got. But if you got a house full of kids, you pumped out kids, are you just going to be not a good parent? Are you not going to discipline them? Like, just do whatever you got to do. You're on your own. Well, a lot of parents do that. Let their kid just go do it, and their kid goes crazy. They end up in jail. But if you're a good parent and you keep your house in order, man, well, wouldn't you think that whatever created this reality would have things in order? That's not the way this works. So it works the only logical explanation is it works in cycles. One golden age, dark age, repeat. So when the golden age comes around, everything's like baby, everything's beautiful, everything's working in harmony. Like when a brand new flower pops through and creates and blossoms, or when a brand new seed and the shoot pops out, little baby pops out. It's new. Or when you buy a new car and drive it off the lot and it has 0 miles, it's a baby car. You don't worry about it breaking down. Over time, you put miles on it and then you start worrying, things start breaking. That's the same way this reality works, folks. Earth works the same way. Golden age, new car. It goes through the cycle of time. Time is the devil. Because what happens over time to your car? It breaks down. Shit just breaks down. I don't know. Why did it break down? Because you used it. Earth, it breaks down because we use it. We use Earth. We're like little parasites leeching off Earth. And then eventually, too many people leeching, too many opinions, too many egos. Too many people trying to be right, trying to prove other people wrong. And then you get to the dark age. And now it's a shit show. The dark age is your car with 350,000 miles on it. The thing's ready to blow up. That's exactly what we're seeing in this reality. Right now, this reality is so crazy with illusions, like they're just trying to hold it together, but they can't because the stories are getting more crazier and more crazier because you're in the dark age of an age. It's like, it's a ready to die. It's ready to implode. It's a senior citizen right now. It's like somebody, like if the average age is 80, we're at 79 right now. And the crossing over point can be a little challenging. That's the only logical explanation of how this reality works, folks. Golden age to dark age, repeat. Golden age, dark age, repeat. That's it. So We Are One says, God will never intervene in men's world because he is not of this world. So the question I would have, why would you say it's a he? That would be the first question. I'm not saying you're wrong, but these are the things that I would use critical thinking on. Why is it a he? I think if whatever created this reality is androgynous, it has no sex, so it wouldn't be a he, first and foremost. It would be more feminine than masculine because males can't give birth to anything, and Earth is like a birth. That's number one. And then you would have to define what you think the God is. And again, we are one. I'm not picking on you. I'm just, you made a comment. So what is God to you? Is it God? Are you referencing, what are you referencing with the God? Is it Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva? Is it the ancient texts of Shinto in Japan? Is it that God? Is it Ahura Mazda? Is it Allah? Is it the Yod-Heh Vah-Heh? What is it to you? Majority of people in this world, they follow the spell book called the Holy Bible, the most popular spell book on the world. And that right there clearly says that the God of that book is both dark and light. So if you're not referencing that, that's cool. But what created this reality? Is it that God? Or is it a demiurge that created this reality? See, we just don't know. We can speculate, theorize on these kinds of positions. We just don't know. We don't have the facts. Even with the decoding that we do, a lot of you we still, it's all contained in the system. All the stories and screenplays are scrunched down here inside this reality called Earth. So you're going to be able to decode it. But there's missing pieces to all this. I think, I don't know, I was listening to Jordan yesterday, and he's so genius in what he was saying. He was just like, just go live your life, man. He was talking about was he talking about, I think he was mentioning like Mercury in retrograde or something like that. And he's just like, who cares? And, I'm a fan of astrology. So I look at all the positions and all that kind of stuff. I can see stuff happening because of the influences of these planetary positions. But at the end of the day, he's right. He's like, if you just forgot about everything around you and just said, you know what, I'm going to go create a business. And that's it. That's my final answer. Well, it's not going to be freaking red carpet and the keys get handed to you to do that. No matter what's retrograde, no matter what's influencing you on numbers, no matter what's against you, no matter what's pushing up against you, just focus on what you want to do. Simplify your life. That's it. And when something comes at you like a curveball, when you got to then you do that. But it's just simple. How do you simplify your life? I think what we do is we complicate our lives by all these possibilities and choices of what could be, what really theoretically could be, when we just don't know. What I do know is I go to sleep at night, I wake up, I create. I go to sleep at night, I wake up, I create. And that's exactly what you do. That's what I do know. So what are you creating in your reality? That's the most important thing. Pamela says, learn from your triggers. See, when you study that's absolutely true in my book. When you, especially astrology, when you study the maps of astrology, both Vedic or sidereal and tropical, you'll see your triggers. Like if you got Mars in Aries, you got Mars in a fire sign. It's in its default position. And then if you got it in your 7th house, which is marriage and partnerships, you may have a hard time settling down, or you may rush into love. Because Mars is testosterone, Aries is fire, 7th house is marriage and partnerships. You may rush it, you may fall in love quick, but you may also fall out of love quick. You might like your independency, but your partner is like, I'm independent, man, I'm a fire. And you may be somebody who, infidelity is a challenge for you. See, these are layers of your DNA that you were given, that you got to work with. Once you see them and you start to see them show up, maybe through free will, you can either say yay or nay, whether or not you're going to entertain that. When I do my readings with people, I'm telling them, like, listen, this is what's going on for you here. So watch out for this. It's a lifelong study of yourself. It's not just like, I'm going to get a reading and then I'm going to figure it out. Absolutely, that's ridiculous. You're not. This is a lifelong pursuit. So you want to, every day you're refining yourself. It's an everyday process. So when you start to feel triggers, if you have ever said this, you're on the phone, you're like, yeah, they really push my buttons. No, you're the one who reacted. Nobody can do anything to you, folks. Somebody can do something through force, yes. Put a gun to your head and get you all into fear mode and then make you do something, that's different. But if you're having a conversation with somebody and you say, oh, you made me feel, you make me angry. That's a crock of shit. You made yourself angry. Don't be blaming it on somebody else. You're reacting to them. You shouldn't be, you made me feel this way. No, you made yourself feel that way. Control your feelings. That's who your triggers are. You gotta consciously know why those triggers are happening. And then maybe just, because I personally feel that the astrological map, the celestials, they're hungry. Ambrosia, food for the gods. They're hungry. They want to get fed. So when they're in certain positions and they correlate to your chart, well, then you may have someone come into your life that's going to push your buttons that you say. And then you react and the celestial gets fed. But when you have things get instituted into your life, like I've been challenged with this, and I have honestly and openly and authentically stated this, that I've been really challenged with, people coming at me and then me responding. And I consciously am aware of that. So consciously being aware of it is step number one. Step number two is, how do you react towards when people come at me? You're an idiot, Logan. You're this, you're that. You don't know shit. Da, 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 da. And it's like, my natural reaction because of the planetary placements is say, oh yeah? Oh yeah? Well, the way I've created my unification, your truth is your truth. Your truth is the only truth that matters. That's not escape. That's not a cop out. That's the way I've handled it. So, when you're in the now moment, you're consciously aware of everything. When people come at you, you can just sit back and say, you can be an observer. And it's like, remember, you're in a movie. So people come at you, just like you're observing your movie. It's like, why do you get emotionally reactive towards movies and shows that you watch? All of you do it. We all do it. You'll get emotionally involved with the character, like, oh, I freaking can't stand that character. And then they get killed and you're like, yeah. You feel the justice inside of you in that person that you couldn't stand on the TV screen. You feel that justice when that person gets taken out. The bad guy, the bad girl gets taken out. You're like, yeah. And it's not even real, folks. See, are you in that now moment? Are you consciously in the now moment to watch a movie and see yourself get emotionally involved to something that ain't even freaking real? It's a screenplay that was written. People are acting it out there. Yeah, they're real people. They're really reading their lines, but it's not a real scenario. So if you can just observe your reality that you think is real, in real life as we call it, like the next time your neighbor comes over and starts yelling at you for no reason, can you just sit there and observe it like a movie without getting emotionally involved with it? Like, oh, okay, yeah. And that may piss them off even more. That may be a trigger for them because you're like, yeah, I hear what you're saying. And you're not being a dick about it. You're just like, yeah. That is not feeding this energy. That's how I see it. So Lee Howard says, careful who you try to wake up from the simulation. So I personally feel like our jobs are not to wake anybody up. That's my truth, by the way. So thank you for sharing that comment. Your job's not to wake anybody up. Your job is to wake yourself up. That's it. Like there's a great meme. It says, your opinions don't pay my bills. Your opinions don't pay my bills. So at the end of the day, what does that mean? It's like, you don't need to try to convince anybody your truths because they're not going to pay your bills. I mean, why are you fighting over it? People fight over this stuff all the time because you don't believe in what I believe. Oh, you better not go do that because you're going to, that's your truth. You're going to get any money from that? But you just had to say that because you see this whole reality, thank you, Landmark, is about being right. Everybody tries to be right, prove people wrong. We all do it. And that's what this whole reality is based upon. Trying to be right. You're wrong, I'm right, and that's it. That's how this reality is based upon. When you can wake up to the fact and realize that everybody's right, it's a game changer. Even the person you think is wrong, they're not wrong from their perspective. So who's right? Both of you. It's a big game changer because you'll look at life so much different now. Like you'll just look at somebody and be like, you know, you may have compassion because you're like, wow, they're at that stage of the game. I was there before. You know, this is why you're not going to hear me call anybody sheep. I don't do that because I was once a sheep. If you want to define me as that, I was there. So I look at somebody who's at that space and you know what it gives me? Gratitude. I'm grateful that I'm not there anymore. And that's the reminder from the universe to say, hey, Logan, you were there before, you know. So I'm just reminding you, remember, you were there before. Like, oh yeah, I was. I'm so grateful I'm not. So I look at it as a reminder. And it makes me grateful. Instead of, oh, you're a moron, you're an idiot. Look at this retard. You're not going to level. I don't think you're going to level up doing that kind of stuff, that behavior. Everybody's right. Folks, let me just, if you can, let me make an announcement. I'm going out on a limb here, so I'm really going to be putting myself under the, so my plan is to go to Los Angeles area in July. And one of the reasons why I'm going there is because I want to do a live get together and a live seminar. Now, I have to put all this together. I've already kind of done the searches for it. So if you're in the greater Los Angeles area, San Diego, Orange County, and July comes around, it would be great to see some of you. I would love to meet some of you to do a live seminar. I haven't figured out exactly what I'm going to talk about, but that's the plan for July, okay? Subject to change because that's quite a ways away. Even though it's not, it is. I don't know why I told you that because it was leading to something else. It was to Landmark, that's right, okay. So if you have ever heard of Landmark before, I'm gonna make a suggestion here. If you're in the Los Angeles area, if you're in Chicago, if you're in New York, I'm going to get the page open here. And listen, I want to be very clear here. I get nothing from this. I don't get any money, no percentages. This is not like, siphoning. I'm just doing it because I've done it 3 times and I think it's amazing. And I think it's a game changer. For your life. So where the hell is let's see. I'm almost there. So it's called the Landmark Forum. And let me just share my screen with all of you. So here's the website itself. It's called Landmark Worldwide. This is what you're going to look like when you come on. And it's called the Landmark Forum. And here are all the cities right now that you can attend. It's like $800. So it's if it's in your budget, Chicago, LA, New York, Seattle, San Francisco, Fort Lauderdale. If you can make one of these seminars, if you can make one of these seminars, I would definitely register and go. It's life-changing, honestly. I've done it 3 times. That's how good it is. I didn't want to leave. When I did that seminar, I didn't want to. My friend actually had to talk me into it. I didn't even want to go. I was studying Bob Proctor at the time. I was studying Born Rich. And I'm like, no, I'm good. And my friend convinced me to go. She actually paid my way to go. And then I was so grateful after that because I've been back 2 more times. So I'm saying that because, it's big in LA. If you're at the greater Los Angeles area, San Francisco, Fort Lauderdale, Seattle, and you can get to one of these events, folks, and it's in your budget, man, I'm telling you, it will change your life. This is where I learned everybody's right. It was like a light bulb went off. What it has done for my life is beyond measure. I can't put it into words. I didn't want to leave. Like, it's a 3.5-day event and you go on your graduation. They don't really call it a graduation, but you go Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then you take off Monday, and Tuesday night you're back for your graduation. And you invite people that you feel that you want to do the course. And yeah, I will say this, they are pretty pushy with trying to get you to do the course, other people to do the course, because once you feel the course and what it does for your life, you would want everybody to do the course. So this is the way they've always been. They're pretty aggressive in their approach. But if you can be consciously in the moment, knowing that they're going to be aggressive and why they do that, then you become neutral to it. But it's a game changer to do Landmark, man. If you can do it, I would do it, man. It changes your life. It really does. That and like Bob Proctor and Born Rich, doing that, because it's great to take in knowledge and the decoding and all these great people out there doing, their stuff. It's great studying history and how the world works, but that doesn't go into your temple and make alterations and changes from an aspect of getting rid of crap that you hold on to. Like, it's okay. Like, oh, well, this whole reality is a simulation. Yeah, but that's great. And does it change your life? Yeah. But you still have baggage. You're still weighed down. You can free your life up. It's an amazing experience that I wish everybody could do. And no, it's not my event. I don't have any affiliation with the company at all. I'm just a fan of it. Joe Dispenza's great too. He's a little price. His is like $2,000, I think. His workshops, but you get what you pay for. Whatever works for you. But for me, $795 for Landmark to me is 3.5 days of bliss. 3.5 days of soul searching without having to use psychedelics or ayahuasca or going through any of that stuff. It's just pure bliss. And the reason why I've gone back a few times, the last time I went back, I didn't even go back for me. I went back just to experience the emotions of everybody else. I get emotionally involved with other people having breakthroughs, is what they call them. And I get emotionally involved and I'm like, oh my God, I feel so good watching somebody elevate their life. That's how I get off on that. That's why I do what I do, because I know I help people. I'm doing my job, but that's a win in my book. Like, you get to feel good, I get to feel good, knowing that you feel good. It's a win-win situation. It's like food for me. So anyway, I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time on that, but if you can get to one of those, I would definitely do it. What do they teach? They teach you about life, how you roll. They teach you about what you don't know about what you don't know. The seminar is all about releasing, understanding how your reality works, understanding what you've been holding on to, where you didn't see it. And it's really kind of hard to put into words. But it's amazing. My goal, ladies, I mean, I've said this. I was talking to Jordan about this, and I had said, I'm like, man, I want to go on tour. That's like my ultimate goal, and I'm okay to release that because I'm not going to get any interference. Like that's what I feel like my destiny. I was on the seminar circuit for a while, and I was like, one day I'm going to be up on stage, and I'm going to be doing this myself for my own thing. And I know it's coming, and that's just one of my aspirations and my goals. And I want to do it because I want to help the world. Like I want to do it for the kids. I want to change. I want to be that person to make that change in the world for the future generations. And it starts obviously with a lot of us as adults because a lot of you have kids, but like, how do you guide your children? Well, you got to know them. Not based upon watching them grow up and like what kind of toys they like to play with and, but like really their cosmic code. So for me, I've been saying this for a while. I want to go on tour, and I think this may be an opportunity to do so. LA, my analytics say that California is the majority of my viewers. But I mean, I want to go on tour, like city to city and do seminars and really, really kind of dig down deep for people and help them out live, because there's nothing like the live experience. Like this is great, but the live experience is where it's at. So the Los Angeles area will be my first stop, and I hope to see you there. I'll make some announcements of when that's going to happen. I'm putting myself out there but it's definitely a plan to do it. So I would love to come to Australia. One of my really close friends is from Australia, so I've already talked to him about going over there. So that'd be in the books for sure. Yeah, the seminar itself, I haven't figured out if we're going to do some presentations on some live decoding. I probably would do that. But, this course I have coming out, Life Coding, I've called it, there's nothing like teaching it live. Showing you how to decode yourself. You take notes and, all that stuff. But it's nothing like teaching it live, like showing people. Like, it's great to show the decoding stuff, yeah. But it's another thing to set that aside and say, okay, well, how about decoding yourself? How deep do you want to go? How many layers do you want to look at? I think there's more value and utility in decoding yourself and your caste, which would be your family and your close friends, than looking at any kind of history or what happened 100 years ago or mud floods. That's all fun stuff, but I think it takes a backseat to decoding yourself and your caste, which is your family, your kids, your partner, husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. I think that is the most important thing to do. Because once you understand how these people function as well as yourself, you can then be more of an observer. Like knowing what happened 100 years ago, that doesn't really help you with your marriage. It doesn't really help you with your children. So Valley J, why is all the focus on little ones? There's been focus on everybody here. It's not just the children, but if I had this knowledge, if my parents had the knowledge of what I have now and they got to raise me based upon how I'm coded, I would be a much different person than I am now. I would have gotten here quicker, if there is such a thing. So, obviously when you fly and the plane's going down and the oxygen masks come down, you put the oxygen mask on yourself first. So that's why the course that I am going to be coming out with is based upon adults learning it so they can teach their children. Because if you got a 3-year-old or a 6-year-old or a 10-year-old, they may not have the intelligence level to understand the charts that you will be able to decode. So it's both. It's going to be helping the future generations by helping the elders. So it's going to be both. Jessica's asking, do you remove 0 when you decode? Well, 0 has no value. So you can remove it when you see it. The 0 to me represents like eternal. The 0 is the portal. So it's infinite, if you will. So you can remove it. So like 770 can be 77, and then the 0 on the end means infinite. I was told by a total stranger dressed in white who passed by that I walk alone. I don't know what that means. Well, I wish I could help you. It could have many meanings. Is 11 a master number? Rudy's asking. It is considered a master number in numerology, yes. As a fan of numerology, I use that as terminologies because that's kind of the general consensus in the numerology world. But I would say that it is the number 11, and that's it. See, because a lot of people, like when you say, well, you're an 11 master life path number, let's just say you're in a room. Let's just say we're kids. You're a kid in a school. And the teacher's sitting and they're doing all the life paths for all the kids. And the majority of the kids are just like, you're a 7 life path, you're a 6, you're a 5, you're a 1. And then she says, oh, well, you're an 11 master life path. What would the children do? What would the kids do? Some of them will be like, ooh. They'll be oohing and ahhing. Some will be like angry that they didn't get that. Some of them would be resentful. So that's why I don't like the 11 actually is a 2 life path. So yeah, you can look at it. So if you're 11, 22, or 33, I try not to use the master. I use it though. I think it's just regurgitation, right? Programming, but really the 11 is the 2, the 22 is the 4, and the 33 is the 6. That to me is the proper way to look at it. That way everybody's even Steven. There is no number better than another number. Zeno's asking about the 59. What's your question, 59? Give us a lowdown on 59. Okay, I'll play with that. Let me get the card out. 59 is the 17th prime number. 17 is the 7th prime number. So the lineage of that, let me just show all of you. Let me get the card first. Hang on. That's 60. There we go. Okay. So let's start with the tarot cards. The 59th card in the tarot can be the 9 of Swords. If you use the full 78 cards, meaning you're going to include the Fool as 0 or 22, or 1 or 22. This would be the 59th card in the deck. If you don't do that, it would be the 8 of Swords, which is Trapped and Limited, the game of life, which is my birth card. So if you use the tarot cards as 77, it would scrunch it back and it would move it to the 8 of Swords. This would represent the game of life, which is Trapped and Limited. The game of life in numerology equals 59. So you have the 9 of Swords as card 59 or the 8 of Swords, depending, again, if you use the Fool twice. So that's why these numbers are always these cards always pair up. Always. Astrology signs, Aries, Taurus, they pair up. 59 is the 17th prime number. So we go to the tarot again. 59 is the game of life. 59 is the 17th prime number. The 17th card in the tarot is the star card. You're on television. You're the star. 59, you come here to play the game of life, and you become the star. And this card right here, if this is the true 59, if it was, I should say, it's one half. But think about it. If you have to come down here to play the game of life, there'd be a lot of this. This is like worry and fear and sleepless nights. Because imagine your spirit and like you don't have to enter the world of hell. Like you're sitting in the clouds or whatever that looks like. Or I'm just having fun with this. And you're like, okay, I'm going to go play the game of life. And it's like, okay, well, there's going to be a lot of suffering down there. There's that. And then if you just go to the other card, it would be this one. There's going to be a lot of suffering down there. And it could even be the Ten of Swords. But make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen, then it goes into the cards of illumination, which becomes the Nine of Spades. If I'm looking at it from the full 78 cards, the Nine of Swords, 59, which turns into the 17th prime number, which is the star. 17 is the 7th prime number. We have 7 chakras, but it converts into the Nine of Spades. This is card number 48. 48 is tied to the word Prometheus in the original Greek spelling in numerology. 9. This card right here, when you study the cards, like my friend Sharon, who's been studying the cards for many decades, she'll tell you, like if you get a reading from Sharon, she'll tell, like if she sees this in your spread somewhere, well, I mean, this card right here usually means some kind of death or ending in completion or massive change in your life. Because it indicates spirit coming down to play the game. Like that's like a massive change. And the 59, if you reduce it down through numerology, it's going to be the number 5, and you have 5 fingers on your hands. So the game of life is 59. Reducing it down is the 5. You got 5 fingers, 5 toes. 5 is your identity. The word ID equals 5 in numerology. The 5th house of astrology is Leo, ruled by the sun. This indicates that astrology is as above, so below. Sun as spirit coming down into mankind as the Hierophant, which is the guru. This is all of you now. Now, the game of life itself is going to reduce down to the number 5. And it will be the Hierophant. This is the guru, which is everybody has this. This is tied to every single one of you here in your astrological charts. This is in house number 5, wherever that is. And it also ties to the sign of Leo. So your Leo may be in the 10th house. So your guru will be in your service to the world. It will be in your career. You know, I'm a perfect example of that. In my 10th house is Leo. That's my service to the world, my career. I'm supposed to be somebody who speaks stuff. I'm not saying I'm a guru, but this card is in my 10th house. If your guru is in your 1st house, it means you're supposed to be a leader, some kind of guru leader. That's your magician house. If it's in your 2nd house, it's tied to the Oracle, Taurus, and Venus. If it's tied to your 3rd house, Gemini, communication, creativeness, and so on and so forth. It's just really easy to utilize these tools once you can see them all laying out in front of you. 5 is your identification. 9 is the Hermit card. So let me show you one more piece here so you can get the full spectrum of what 59 means tied to the game of life. So 59 is the game of life. Here is the card number 5. Now, if I separate, we know the 59 is tied to the 9 of Swords, right? But if we break the 5 and the 9 and we bring them apart and then we bring them back together, here's the single cards, the 5 and the 9. The Hierophant is the guru. That's 5. Your identification. You become the guru. You are the guru of your own reality. Stop looking for the gurus. You are the guru. And then the 9 is the Hermit. You are the hermit. You got to be the hermit. The hermit is the wise sage who shines his lantern over the world for everybody to see. This is you waking up. And you don't have to go tell it. Do you see this dude speaking at all? No, he's just holding his lantern out. That's you being the example of being the 59, playing the game of life. Every single one of you has this combination of cards. You have the ability to be the guru and the hermit. It's the wise one that's the guru. This energy is going to be Leo and Sagittarius. This card right here is a Sagittarius card. Card number 9 gets stuck in the 9th house. And Sagittarius is ruled by the biggest planet called Jupiter, Zeus. Holding the lantern, saying, let me give you my wisdom. Jupiter, when you have that in your astrological charts, Jupiter's job is to expand. That's what it wants to do. Expand, because it's so big. Well, what happens in the game of life? It wants to expand the game of life. And then this is you. This is your identification, you being the guru. This card is the house of Leo. If you're a Leo, if you're heavy Leo, like if your sun's in Leo, your spirit's in Leo, everybody's going to be Leo, by the way. If somebody asks you, hey, what sign are you? You know what my answer is going to be? All 12. That's right. You're all 12 zodiac signs. That's a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. Because when I pull your chart, you will have all 12 houses sitting in front of me that I need to read from. It doesn't matter if you don't have any planets in that house, you still have 12 houses. So when somebody asks you, what sign are you? I'm all 12. Huh? You're going to get them like deer in the headlights. What do you mean? Well, they obviously, again, you be an observer. Well, okay, now you ask, you have 12 houses, right? In your astrological chart? Well, you're all 12. So everybody's going to have the game of life here, the guru and the hermit. This is 59. And then you can look at your 9th house and see if there's any planets there influencing the 9th house, influencing your wisdom. Maybe you have Athena there, Pallas. The asteroid Pallas is so important, most astrologers don't look at it. Pallas is Athena, which was Jupiter's favorite. Athena was the goddess of wisdom. She carried the owl on her hand, representing wisdom. So when you locate your Pallas, which is Athena, it represents or is linked to your wisdom. If you got Athena or Pallas in your 9th house, well, I mean, that's pretty deep. But there are other factors involved. And then your 5th house, which is your guru, which, the 5th house of astrology represents everything you manifest. It's sex, creativity. Some people say it's children because it's related to sex. 5 is your identification, your ID. So of course it's going to be tied to sex. The 5th house. And 5 is ruled by the sun. So it's spirit into human form, which is, they'd say it's the Pope. That's the Pope right there, who got the nod to be the V, the 5. But this is every single one of you playing the game of life. That's 59. And ultimately, it comes down to that number 5. 5, when you look at your dial pad or your calculator, 5 sits in the very dead center. It's the bullseye of the calculator or dial pad. You put a pyramid over the top of that dial pad. You know what's going to be in the middle? The apex. That'll be the 5 is the apex. That's why the Georgia Guidestones, when they were standing, it represented a pyramid. It had 4 pillars and then 1 in the middle. 5. Cinco. So that's the 59, folks. 59 is the 17th prime number. 17 is the star card. 17 is the 7th prime number. And then you get the chariot card, which is the house of Libra, the scales of justice. So what this is saying here, when you pull out the chariot to get the picture, hopefully, The ending point is you get the chariot. And you see what's on the front of that chariot right there? It's the yin yang. The scales of justice. Libra. Libra owns this card. And this is a Venus card. Venus operates through Libra. It's Lib-Ra. So it's tied to Ra. Venus is the symbol of the Ankh, representing immortality and eternal life. 7 is that number of chakras. 7 days of the week. 7 colors of the rainbow. 7 in astrology is your house of marriage and partnerships. 7 is opposite of your first house. So when you look at an astrological chart, you're going to look across from your first house. Your first house is your magic house. Like it's your foundation, your root. It's your asshole, your anus, the first house. That's where you can become an asshole. And then if you look across the way from the first house, you have a house number 7, which is the chariot. This card typically means quickly moving, yes, but it represents the yin yang, the scales of justice. So across the way from the first house, representing your ego, is your subconscious, which is your mirror self. That's why the 7th house is the house of marriage and partnerships, including business partnerships. So when you look at your charts, both tropical and sidereal, you're going to see what you're attracted to. If you're looking for a business partner, you can find it. What's in the 7th house? That'll tell you the story of what you're leaning towards. How you actually wish to be around, like I want to be around certain people. That's going to be your 7th house. And then the ruler of the 7th house, you're going to look at and see where that planet is in your chart. And you got to take that into consideration as well. Freedom Educator, the zodiac is your eye. That's correct. Said that earlier. 13 is in the middle. Absolutely. All the kings sit in the middle. So this is why if you look at my Astro Alchemy, I showed how you can take the 52 cards of the cards of illumination, these, and they wrap all the way around the astrological wheel and they just spin like a spiral. And all 52 cards just fan out and you have all 4 elements there. But all the kings, the king of hearts, king of clubs, king of diamonds, king of spades, they all sit in the very bullseye, the dead center. The kings are like the hub of the wheel. So if you're a queen of hearts, queen of clubs, you're going to sit in house number 12. But if you go by the numbers, the queen of hearts is the true 12th card. That card will sit in the 12th house by itself if you really want to get nitpicky on it. But they wrap all the way around. So when you get to card 14, which is the ace of clubs, that's going to be an Aries card. The 2 of clubs, Taurus card. The 3 of clubs, Gemini card. And you can do the same thing with the tarot. That's why I have said, and this is why you're going to hear a lot of tarot readers. And again, this is that they're going to state their opinions. That's totally fine. But for me, from my research, this is a big one. Most people say, oh, Capricorn energy. Nope, I don't agree. Card 15 sits in space number 2 because 13 cards puts the death card in the middle. 14, temperance, would be the Aries card. 15th card would be the bull sitting at Taurus. You see the bull horns there? Taurus has got 2 horns. There they are. Okay? And 2 represents duality. And you got duality right on the card there. Those are the 2 people. So the devil card to me is a Taurian card, not Capricorn. It can be Capricorn because people over the years have regurgitated that it's a Capricorn card, and that's what they learned from. But when you do the Astro Alchemy, Taurus gets the devil card. Right across the way in house number 8 is Scorpio. And Scorpio has the stinger, which is the devil's tail. The coccyx bone, that is our tailbone, that represents Scorpio's stinger. And the 8 forms a symbiotic relationship with the house number 2, which is the devil. So you get strength and the devil. Scorpio and Taurus. 82 or 28, depending on how you look at that. So Insight says, I have the Queen of Hearts. Well, I mean, guess who else has the Queen of Hearts? How about NASA? NASA was formed on July 29th. That's the Queen of Hearts card. What is the Queen of Hearts card? It's the card of dreams. The Queen of Hearts was utilized in Alice in Wonderland. She ruled Wonderland. It rules dreams. Alice was having a dream. The Queen is the card of dreams. The Queen of Cups. Dreams. It's linked to Prometheus and Down in a Hole. It can be 48 or 49. Going through your comments here. Thanks everybody for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Let's get into, just really quickly get into some health here real quick. If you're somebody who is a fan of health. So just tonight, I was helping a friend out on the phone. And I just got back from the gym and the grocery store. And of course, I knew I had this show coming up. And I was on the phone for a while. And next thing I know, I looked and it was 8:30 and this thing starts at 9:01. And I hadn't eaten. And I'm like, oh, God, I got some I was going to cook some quinoa and make a salad and cucumbers and so. But I didn't have time. I had to take a shower. So what I did was I went to the blender, and let me see if I can get it on. This right here, I don't know if you guys can see it. Probably it's... That right there is a blender full of fruits and vegetables. It's got some celery, grapefruit, pineapple, a whole head of cilantro, cucumbers, ginger, turmeric. And then instead of putting water in there, I put juice in there. Extracted juices. And then that's what it kind of looked like Kermit the Frog blended juice. And I had a whole blender. It filled up the whole thing. I drank the whole thing. That was a meal. What does that do for you? Well, it decreases inflammation. Gives you gives you a flood of micronutrients. Usually I do one of those a day. A full blender of fruits and vegetables with juice. That's what I do pretty much every day. And then I have a salad on top of that. And so if you're somebody who doesn't do juicing, like, you're kind of missing out. There's nothing like it. It's like miraculous. And it's easy to do. It's quick. Sapphire 1961 says, I found you on Donut a couple nights ago. Thanks for joining in with me and him and Tommy and I. You're born on Christmas Day. So this is a beautiful way to talk about this, because I want to reiterate this again, because I think it's just so interesting to talk about. So let me get the two cards. Let me show you what Christmas looks like through the tarot. This is one way to look at it. 6 of Cups. It's a beautiful way to look at reality. There it is. So, Christmas, again, to reiterate Christmas, what is it? Well, if you're able to remove all the mistletoe and the gift giving and the cookies left for Santa and the tree that you put up with the big star and mistletoe all over it, and you do all that stuff, right? All that is bolted on to the true essence of what that day means. And, you got to take into consideration, down in Melbourne, Australia, or Auckland, New Zealand, December 25th, it's not cold. There's no winter. It's summertime, pretty much, almost summertime. So it's the Tropic of Capricorn. And the Tropic of Cancer, you will get, typically in the north of the equator, you're going to get, the colder months. But it's contraction and expansion, always, as the sun goes like a pendulum back and forth over the equator. North to south. That's what it does. It's like the sun's a pendulum. On December 25th, again, the sun rises 1 degree above the ecliptic. So the as above is born again. And the day of Christmas itself this is the card for December 25th, the 6 of Hearts. 6 is the third eye. 6 is the last day of creation in theology. 6 is the first perfect number in mathematics. 6 is the house of Virgo. Virgo's the virgin. We're all born of virgins. Christmas is about being born into this world. That's it. Scrape away all the other stuff. So what is Christmas? Like, I used to be like, JW growing up, it was pagan. It was this. Now I realize, now I know what it really means. It means none of it. You can mean that if you bolt that on. So I'm not saying that they're wrong. They're right if they wish to believe and bolt on all that stuff. But the true essence of what Christmas means, it means you're a freaking human being. And you should be grateful you're alive. You should be celebrating life during that time. That's what I'm going to be doing this December 25th. I'm going to be celebrating that I'm a human being, and I'm grateful to the max that I actually am a human being, and I've been given this gift called life. The 6 of Hearts can be paired with the 3 of Diamonds. This is card number 29. And when you take 29 and you add the 6 to it, this is, again, card 29. And then the day of Christmas is the 6 of Hearts. What is 29 plus 6? 35. The word simulation equals 35 in numerology. The word ecosystem equals 35 in numerology. Starting to make sense now, right? Well, then you want to get the picture of that. So what does that look like in the tarot? The day of Christmas is the 6 of Hearts. It's the beautiful, nostalgic 6 of Cups. So when the sun rises 1 degree above the ecliptic and it is born again, this is you being born as a human being, and you should be grateful for your life. That's the whole aspect of Christmas. 6 of Cups, 6 of Hearts. 6 meaning perfection. The last day of creation, perfection. 6, the number 6 itself. When you look at that number 6 as a symbol, it's a pregnant woman. It's the Mary Magdalene energy. Mary Magdalene is tied to Virgo, the virgin. Jesus was born of a virgin. What's across the way from Virgo? Pisces. What is Pisces? The fish. What was Jesus? A fisher of men. The house 6 and house 12 are so big. And then if you bring 1 and 2 and 6 together, you get 126. And that's the iodine, the I am that I am. The 126. The 6 and the 12, that axis. So it becomes becoming a child again, childlike, Christmas Day. And then the counterpart would be when you grow up, now you become an apprentice. 3 of Diamonds, 3 of Pentacles. This is card number 67. Can be card number 66 if you remove the Fool. Or 68. So you have, you're born into this world as a child. And then you grew up to be an apprentice. And now you're building shit here. And 29 and 6 is 35. That's how beautiful December 25th is. And 25 is tied to Black Sun. And Black Sun is the earth. What do you celebrate Christmas on? The black sun, which is Earth. Earth does not give off any of its own light. What's the 25th card in the tarot? If you're using the Fool twice, it's the Three of Wands. It's going to be the Three of Wands. This one right here. What does this card mean? Launching long-term plans. You're now looking out at the world and you've made your plans. You got 3 wands there. The 2 of the wands represent the sun and the moon, and the other one represents your plan. This card right here is tied to light. Because this is the 3 of clubs, and the 3 of clubs is card 16. The word light equals 16. Which is the Spirit of God. It's just that simple. It's just so beautiful. Life is just so magical when you can look at it from this layer. And what was evil about that? What's so bad about that? Where's the devil there? Where's the boogeyman and everything I just described right there? I didn't include the boogeyman in that whole description of what I just showed you because it's not there. So that was my long answer for you being born on December 25th. So what does the King of Diamonds mean? The King of Diamonds is card number 39. 39 is also tied to light. King of Diamonds is card number 77 or 78 in the tarot card. King of Diamonds typically represents the king of money. I got 3 really close friends of mine. 2 of them have the same birthday, and they're both King of Diamonds. They're all King of Diamonds. Matter of fact, Sharon Jeffers, who has 30 years on the cards, studying them, she's a King of Diamonds. King of Diamonds is the boss. It's the CEO. It's a king, so it sits in the middle of the wheel. It's one of the kings, and it's the king of money. You know, I've been doing readings a long time now, and I can confidently tell all of you, some people incarnated to be very wealthy. Just because you get a King of Diamonds doesn't mean you're going to be wealthy, by the way. I'm not saying that's going to be a shoe-in for you. There are other factors involved. But the King of Diamonds is typically a card of being a boss, being a CEO. Now, if you're born in January 14th, you know, a Capricorn, well, I mean, both my friends that are January 14th, they're bosses. Big time. But there are other factors involved with that King of Diamonds. But then you got to know, like, the King of Diamonds is also incorporated with the 3 of clubs, and the 3 of clubs is, we already talked about it, it's launching your plans. And this card right here is tied to light. So it's a light coming down to become a king to play the game. And that's why when light slows down into matter and you get the King of Diamonds, well, I mean, man, you should be a boss. You shouldn't, if I was a King of Diamonds, I would not be working for anybody. And if I was, I'd make sure I have a lot of freedom. Because the King of Diamonds really is a card of, like, you need a lot of room to navigate, because the more space you have, the better you're going to function. And that's going to play tribute to a lot of houses in your astrological chart. So you got to look and see exactly where your Mars placement is, where your Pluto. Pluto obviously means your ultimate desires. Like what you really want to do in this reality. That's what Pluto's going to represent. And then you're going to have obviously Rahu in there, Ketu, the axis of that. Those are going to be important. You know, those are the main drivers in your life, but it's a big component. It's a machine. The astrological map, even though it's your eye, it's a clock. Like when you open up a watch, all those moving parts, that's your eyeball. And then the as above, the celestials, the Stargate, that's a clock. That's how beautiful this whole reality is. It's a construct that's beyond our wildest dreams. You can't figure it out. Like you can have, obviously we're attaching layers to it, but it's just so beautiful, man. And it's the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's all of it. Jason's the 9 of clubs, card 22. The word organic equals 22. The word natural equals 22, tied to the 9 of clubs. September 11th, the 11/11 date has the 9 of clubs. The wounded warrior. It's tied to the Christ. The 9s are tied to the Christ. The 9s are tied to Lucifer. Light coming down to play the game called life. The 9 is the last number in the lineages of the numbers. On a chessboard, then I believe the number 9 is the bishop. And the bishops work for the church. The 9. "22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet." I mean, I can go on and on. What does 141 mean? Well, probably the biggest attachment to the 141 is going to be the number 60. So the number 60 is tied to the element neodymium. Neodymium is magnetic. It's used to make magnets. 60 is tied to the 9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds equals 60 in numerology. And the 9 of diamonds means the bishop. It means you're on television. So the 141 means you're on television. It's going to be tied to pi, of course. But it's tied to neodymium. Neodymium's most abundant atomic mass is 141. And it means you're on television and you're magnetic because it's tied to neodymium. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Keanu Charles Reeves. This is how ridiculously scripted his life is. Keanu Charles Reeves was born on September 2nd. Keanu Charles Reeves' card is the 9 of diamonds. When you say 9 of diamonds in numerology, it equals the number 60. The 60th element on the periodic table is called neodymium. What was his name in the Matrix? Let me show Ollie that real quick. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. My thing's dead now. Keanu Charles Reeves, born on September 2nd. So let's just go right here to the chart. Whoops. Here we go. Keanu Charles Reeves, born on September 2nd. There it is. 9 of diamonds. Okay? So when you do the numerology of 9 of diamonds, it equals 60. 60 on the periodic table is going to give you the element neodymium. What was his name in the movie? Neo, was it not? And then if you come down to the oxidation states and isotopes, you're going to see 141 has the highest abundance. So it's the most dominant atomic mass. That's pi right there. Coming into pi means coming into Earth, coming into the matrix. That's Earth. Earth is the matrix. Matrix is 17. Life is 17. 17 is the star card. This is why neodymium and this full alchemology is going to be the 143 if you do his full alchemology. So fun, this code. Man. So much fun. Nine of diamonds means you're on television, man. The 9 of diamonds is you're on television card. Straight up. If you're a 9 of diamonds, everybody's on television, but you're like the poster child of being on television. So why you treat life so seriously? Especially you 9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds is the 9 of pentacles. And this is it can be card number 73, and you're on television, numerology equals 73. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You're on television, it's tied to life and death. Life and death's tied to 108. 108's tied to silver. You're on the silver screen. It's really obvious, folks. You're in a scripted screenplay reality. You got your screenplay. It's called your life. And your screenplay is not like my screenplay. And you don't need to defend your screenplay. You need to go live your screenplay. And when you're not living your screenplay, you're living somebody else's screenplay, which is part of your screenplay. You want to get close. I'm going to show you real quick. This is going to be probably the best thing. Hold on, let me see if I get my batteries working. My batteries are dead. Hold on. Hang on. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. Let me show you real quick. What was I going to show all of you? Shucks. I forgot. What was I going to show all of you? I forgot what I was going to show now. Darn it. Okay, well, maybe it'll come back to me. If you're looking to know what your card is, ladies and gentlemen, refer to the pinned comment I have at the top of the chat. It's a link called It's All in the Cards. You just click on that and it'll take you right to the website. You can just type in just pick your month and day. It'll tell you what your card is. Okay? Four spades means the dreamer, the sleeper. Four spades is the 43rd card in the deck tied to Hollywood. The word Hollywood equals 43. So when you look at you're tied to Hollywood. Like when you convert it to the Four of Swords, so the Four of Spades, card 43. The Four of Spades becomes the Four of Swords. You see that right there? It's the dreamer. This is card number 54 or card 53. It's tied to whatever's running this reality. It may be asleep, having a lucid dream. So Four of Spades is kind of like a dreamer card. Four means builder, though. So a builder of dreams. What's your dream? You're going to build a dream. Four of Spades. You're going to build it. What is your dream? Then you got to look at your birthday. Like what your birthday number is very significant because that's going to tell you one of your pillars. Like your month, your day, your year. These are all like... There's a new friend of mine, his name's Johnny, and he introduced me to Bazi, which is like an extension of Chinese astrology, and it goes off the numbers 8. It's an extension below the 12, and I'm working on scheduling a podcast with him so she can show people this system, talk about the system, because I think it deserves some merit. But it's a numerology. It's the month, the day, and the year. You know, if you take your numerology, now typically in numerology, you're going to take your days, your month, your day, and your year, and you're going to break it all down to single digits, and you're going to add it up, and that's going to be your life path. But you can get another further look at that by taking, let me see if I can feel. Right there is that's my birthday add up. You can add up your birthday this way. 2 plus 4, February 4th, plus 19 plus 73, the year I was born, and I get the number 98, right? The 98 is going to reduce down to the 17, which is going to reduce down to the number 8. My life path officially through single digits is a number 8, which is going to link to the element oxygen. It's going to link to the sign of Scorpio. Scorpio is in my first house. What is Scorpio all about? Power and the occult. What do you think I show? What do you think I'm all about? Teaching you the hidden secrets of the world. You don't have to believe everything I say, but part of my job is to show you the tour of this reality, of the machinations of how this reality works. That's part of my soul contract. Even my full name in numerology is an 80. My full name in numerology matches my life path. So I'm working with 8s here, folks. I'm working with power. I'm working with Scorpio, occult, esoteric knowledge. That's what I was given. And the 98 is another way to look at your life path. If I do it through single digits, it'll be the 26. The word source equals 26. This is what I'm working with. You're going to maybe you work with the same stuff. 98 is tied to our 5 senses. Our 5 senses equal 98. My full name in numerology equals 80. The tree of life equals 80. What do you think? What do you think I've been showing here? The machinations of how this reality works. You got to figure it out. I'm not going to tell you what rides to get on. Here's the amusement park behind me. You got to figure out what rides you're going to get on. It's your journey. It ain't mine. I don't live in your shoes. I don't pay your bills. It's not my responsibility to sit there and manage what you believe. And the same goes for you. You don't need to defend your truth. That's what most people are used to doing, defending their truth. We all do it. Last time I checked, the way to win a game in sports, someone's got to put points on the board. That's called offense. When you're playing offense, you're not playing defense. You put a lot of points on the board, you're on offense a lot. That's where you want to be in life. You want to be on offense. What does offense do? You create shit. But when you're defending, when people come at you and you don't need to defend your offense. Just go put points on the board. That's it. That's the name of the game. How many points can you score? Well, you can't score points when you're paying it, when you're like, it's their fault, it's them, it's they. They're doing it this way. They're screwing me over. They're this and that. If you're focused on that, like I saw some comments in here of people, like I get a lot of people asking about gang stalking. I don't know what that life's all about. I'm not going to say that you're imagining things because it's your journey. But how do you get rid of that? What would be one of the ways to maybe get out of that scenario is, how about not focusing on it anymore? And maybe it's going to continue to show up for you for a while. But maybe, just maybe, if you continuously not focus on it, maybe one day you'll wake up and it's not there anymore. That might be true, but you got to give it a whirl. You got to give it a try. If you focus on, if you can, number one, I can tell you this right now, ladies and gentlemen, and this is why, like, I've been an addict, okay? I've been through addiction. I've beaten it many times. So I'm speaking from someone from personal experience, okay? I've beaten depression. When somebody says, oh, it's triggers and that, if you say so, I've beaten it, man. So for me, when I was going through, and I went through, and I still look at, like, I think AA, which is a big platform for people that have challenges in their life. But the one thing I am not for at all is sitting there and saying I'm an alcoholic. That's like, why would you ever say that? How about I was an alcoholic, then move towards not being an alcoholic anymore? Or staying in that, I was, past tense. If you continually state I am this, I am, that's the worst thing to do. So I don't agree with that platform at all. I'm totally against it. That when they say that, I think going through and doing the steps and all that has merit, and that has obviously some valuable information, but you should never freaking say you're this. You're an alcoholic. That's the worst thing to do. So when you say and then you don't want to share that with anybody. So if you feel like you're getting gang stalked, why would you want to tell anybody about it? I get that you want to share, you want to get people to help you. That's different. I see people putting it on their social media. It's like, are you crazy? You're just going to feed that? You're just going to keep yourself in that environment. If there is such a thing as keeping yourself in an environment of getting gang stalked, then the best way to do it is share it with the world. Tell everybody exactly what's going on in your life. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my opinion. You should keep your life as private as you possibly can. Stop posting your shit about your life on social media. So that's because I get a lot of people asking me, and I'm not doubting that it's not happening to you. I believe you, but what are you doing about it? Have you done any seminars to clean up your life? Have you gotten rid of some shadow work? Have you done the shadow work? Are you focusing on it? Are you getting rid of, what does your life look like every single day? If I laid out your entire life in front of me and we did some strategies, I bet you're still focusing on that. And I get it, because if something's happening, like if you're waking up and you're in pain every day, I get it, man. The pain's there. It's knocking at your door. So I get with why you would do it, but you got to make lemonade out of that. You got yourself into it, you can get yourself out. There's got to be a way out. You got yourself in, you got to get yourself out. I didn't get that code, man. I got my own challenges, man. I'm making lemonade out of my life. How about you? My life's not all freaking peachy keen. Just because I live in Mexico and I live 2 blocks from the beach, you think my life's just like I'm on a skate? Like I got a red carpet rolled out in front of my life. Like it's just easy street. Are you crazy? Come on, people. Stop making excuses about what's wrong in your life. How about what's right in your life? How about there? And if you're somebody who says nothing's right in my life, man, well then I couldn't even help you. I wouldn't even want to help you if you're one of those people. You got to go back to the basics. What do you want to be when you grow up? This is a time to do it, folks. I mean, if we are essentially in the Kali Yuga, if we are in the Dark Age and you can make the changes in the Dark Age, just think what you could do in the Golden Age, if that's what we're moving towards. Whew. If you can do it now, man. I was born March 12th, King of Diamonds, 5 life path. If you have a 5 life path, ladies and gentlemen, it's the freedom lover. If you have a 5 life path, if you have a 5 birthday, if you have a 5 of clubs as your birth card, if you have a 5 of hearts as your birth card, you're a restless soul. You are somebody who needs a lot of room, a lot of adventures. Your soul contract came here to experience life in all its totality. When you bolt on the King of Diamonds, your soul contract wants to experience life in all its totality through being a boss, through experiencing money. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't need to make excuses. You don't need to defend that. You just need to go live it. But if you're a 5 life path, it's a variety energy. 5 birthday, born on the 5th of every month. 5 life path, 5 of clubs, 5 of hearts, 5 of spades. It's a card of adventure. Signing up to go do things. Like that is the yes man energy. Like the movie Yes Man, Jim Carrey, where he started saying yes to everything. That's the 5. That's the 5. That's the true essence of what it means to be a 5. Birthday, life path, etc. Yes Man. If you want to get inspired, if you're a 5 birthday or life path, go watch Yes Man tomorrow. That should be your inspiration. That's a movie for all 5s. Especially the 5s. It's for everybody, but it's for the 5. And what is Yes Man all about? It's saying yes to everything. And what does that do? It makes you engage in the game. And what happens when you engage in the game? You're now playing the game. See, it's inevitable you're going to play the game to some extent. You can keep yourself blocked inside your door, but you're not going to sit there and twiddle your thumbs in a chair all day. You're going to probably read something and you're engaged. You can't stop engaging in the game, folks. This reality is based upon engaging in the game because the game needs players. You're a player. It's the simplest way to look at it. You're a player on this reality called Earth. It's a game. Pinker Little's asking, is this my response to, if you're talking about the person on Facebook, no, I didn't respond. I don't engage in, when somebody has an avatar on Facebook and there's no picture, and then I get certain comments, like, I don't really know what's going on, but I gave that person direction, how to decode yourself. Go watch that video. That's where I would start. And then I get all this excuse crap. I'm not going to engage in that. That's not my journey. I'm not here to save you. I have compassion. My best friend growing up, okay? Growing up, when I was growing up, going through being a JW, being heavily involved in that and having a lot of restrictions in my life, I had one best friend who lived right down, I had 2 best friends actually. They both lived right down the street from me. But my one best friend who lived right down the street from me, who I got to hang out with the most, ended up hanging himself. Okay, so I know what that's like. I know what that, my life's, but I don't know what's going on in your life. These people, I can't save everybody. I couldn't save my best friend. Like, it's not my job. It's not my journey. My job, my journey, my reality, and I would say this is the foundation for everybody. Be the best little devil you can be in this reality. You're not going to get it all right. You're not going to get it all wrong in the context of right or wrong. Your journey, your screenplay is your journey, your screenplay. That's it. Some people may look at, oh, you don't have any compassion, yet I'm doing green box detoxes. And what are you talking about? I don't have any compassion. Maybe just not through your eyes, I don't have any compassion. Your opinions don't pay my bills. They don't make me level up. Your opinions or what you think about me doesn't check things off the box. I got to check things off the box. You have to check things off the box for you to graduate in this reality, if there is such a thing. If you believe there's some kind of graduation where you're going to be able to level up, well, then the only person that can grab the pen and check it off the box is you, not me, not your cousin, not your best friend, not your boss at work. Only you can check off those things. Are you checking them off? It's really that simple. You are responsible for everything in your life, period. Mr. 87, your opinions are interesting. Thank you. But yeah, that's right. They are just my opinions. What I am saying here tonight, or wherever you're watching from, these are my opinions and truths. Before the majority of almost all my decodes, I put that as a disclaimer in the beginning of almost every video, that these are my opinions and truth. And yet I still get people who just don't get it. They just cannot figure out the simplicity of life. You got your opinion, I got mine. You don't have to defend your opinion. I don't need to defend mine. I don't have to agree with you. You don't have to agree with me. But let me tell you right now, if you think your way is the only way and that means I gotta believe what you believe, you haven't figured it out. When people say, oh, there's only one truth, is a bunch of crap. It's a bunch of crap. My truth's not your truth, so instantly and automatically we now have two truths. Who's right? Well, obviously, if we're going to sit there and debate about it, you're going to think you're right, and I think I'm right, so we have two truths, ultimately. And then you combine that with the billions of people on this planet, and just like that, there is no one truth. Yet some people just say, regurgitate, there's just one truth, and that's such... Where's your brain at? I don't... This is like so simple Simon shit that people just don't, where's logical thinking? Where's just like logic these days? Where's common sense thinking these days? I mean, do you got to pay for that now? Jeez. That's right, Flip Mode 007. Love is allowing. That's, shout out to Jordan. When he had said that, I clicked. What does love is allowing mean? Well, you do you, and I do me. And the rest of the world does them. And for you to go and say, well, you don't do the same things I do, and that means you're wrong, you're the one who doesn't get it. And you're not allowing. You're trying to push your truth on somebody else and try to change them so they curtail to your life because you're too afraid to stand in your truth. Simple, folks. Don't get it. It's people, they just make it so abstract, like it's so difficult. Matasha, hey, Dakota, May 3rd. Again, I'm going to reference you. The best way to do it is go to the top of the chat. It's allinthecards.com. Click on that link, punch in May 3rd, and read about your card, and you'll get a bunch more information that I could give you. I don't have May 3rd memorized. So, but you're a 3, so you're a creator. Listen, if you're a birthday 3, you're here to create. You're here to be a communicator. You're here to use your voice. You're here to use artistic endeavors. Maybe you're somebody who's an artist. You can use artistry in many different things. You can be an artist in real estate. Flipping houses, that's artistry. But, May 3rd, look at the day of the year it is. You're born in 1977. 77 is tied to the iris of your eye. There's so many ways to look at birthdays. Yeah, if somebody could actually monetize common sense, they'd be freaking wealthy as shit. If it was a requirement for people to use common sense, somebody would get wealthy off of it. That's how much many people in the world don't use common sense. That's my opinion, by the way. Pinker Little says, like, Jesus is the only way. Yeah, when somebody says, Jesus is the only way, you know what I say? I'm Jesus. And you know what they're going to tell me? You're not Jesus. Well, I'm standing here right in front of you and I'm saying I'm Jesus. You telling me I'm wrong? I can support. I'm not going to say prove. I shouldn't say I really, really, really try my best and getting in the habit of not saying prove. I don't like using that word. I like using the word support. So I've supported over the years now that you are having the Jesus Christ experience. That's why they had a theater called Jesus Christ Superstar. And it just means the Son, the Spirit, into the ego, which is you. That's the pretty simplistic way to look at it. That's it. And guess who's going to save you? You. Who pays your bills? Do I pay your bills? Does Jesus pay your bills? The idea of that? No. Again, I think Jesus, it's been butchered. It's been utilized for profits and, whatever, however you want to look at it. But the real essence of what Jesus means is you're going to save yourself. Go be a good person. That's all it takes, to the best of your ability. Oh yeah, now I know what I wanted to show you. Thank you, Catherine Moschetti. Now I wanted to know what I wanted to share. If you want to know what life looks like, let me just get it up on the screen. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me just get this up on the screen. Okay. This to me right here, ladies and gentlemen, forget about the writing at the top. This is a classic example of life. This is life right here, because you're electrical. And what you want to do is, let me get my cursor. You want to actually ride the lightning. This dark line right here, this is harmony. This is the road well traveled. This is where you're going to find neutrality. This is where you're going to find bliss. This is where you're going to find the best experiences. These dark lines right here. But what you'll notice is all these lines are heading down. So when you get off the beaten path, and you may get on one of these over here, this is a fractal. This is not really being in tune as much as this defining line right here. So this is the game of life right here. When you get in tune with this reality, you are more closely associated and linked with this right here. When you get off the beaten path, when you miss the mark, when you make changes that are not so favorable, you're still going to reach the mark, but you're going to be down here in the fractals, which may not be so fun. But you're still going to reach it. You have a chance to get on and you ride the lightning. And I did a decode on ride the lightning, what it means. And, lightning is 30, tied to the demiurge. Lightning in a bottle. The tarot card that represents that the hell is it? Oh, here it is. Lightning. Lightning is 30. If you're a tarot reader, you know what this card means. Fast movement. What is lightning? Fast movement. When you get this card in a reading, it means something's coming quick. What does lightning do? It moves quick. Light. This is tied to the Eight of Clubs. The Eight of Clubs is the 21st card in the deck, which is tied to the World card, back to the Major Arcana. It means reality. It means the simulation. It sits in space 35 in the cards of illumination. 35 is simulation. That's why you have Jupiter, the king of the gods, having lightning bolts as its power, right? Thor, lightning bolts, the hammer with the lightning bolts. But that's it. The next time you look at a lightning bolt, ladies and gentlemen, just try to remind yourself, I want to be in that main piece that's coming down. Like, I don't want to be the fractal branching out. I want to be in that main one coming down. That's where the power's at. That's the voltage. That's where you want to be. And that means, to me, being in the flow state, being in harmony. How do you get in harmony with reality? Stop being out of harmony. How do you get out of harmony? Disagreements, trying to push your opinion on other people, trying to prove other people wrong, trying to make your partner behave a certain way because that's the way you think life should be. If you're arguing in a partnership with a husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, if you're arguing, it's you trying to be right and it's them trying to be right. That's it. And what you'll do, like Werner Erhard said, he says, you'll sacrifice love just so you can be right. That's called an argument. There's no win there. You just get to be right. And that's why Landmark's so grandiose, because in life, there's what's called a payoff, right? If you buy a pint of Ben & Jerry's ice cream, what's the payoff? Your taste buds are super happy. There's a party in your mouth. Your stomach feels good. The payoff is satiation with that pint of Ben & Jerry's. If you have sex with somebody, what's the payoff? The orgasm. There's a payoff in everything. If you get to be in an argument and I'm right, and then your other partner storms up, screw you. What's the payoff? You get to be right. But you sacrifice love to get that payoff. When you eat that pint of Ben & Jerry's, you get the satiation for the payoff. But what you have to pay for that is unhealthiness, because ice cream is not healthy. You see? It's really, really simple to see these kinds of things in our reality, but you just got to pay attention. So when you're in the lightning bolt, when you're riding the lightning, you want to be in that deep crevice, that light. That is harmony with this reality. And when you're there, it doesn't need to be defended. You don't have to try to push it on anybody. Just go live it. Be the guru in your life. And when you are that guru and you check the things off the box, your frequency goes up. You get a DNA activation upgrade. And then everybody around you that can feel that will sense it. And they'll be like, what's going on with you? I stopped paying attention to other people's movies. That's what I did. I'm paying more attention to my movie because my movie is the only thing that matters. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to be super, super egoic here. And this is what I say in all my readings for people. The only reason why this reality exists is because you're here. Now, I know that's very contradictory because if you die, not everybody dies, but how do you know that? How do you know that the reason why everybody exists? How do you know that the reason why I exist is because you plugged into this and you chose that? And the only reason why I exist is because I'm part of your reality and your senses. When you die, the game's over. Now, it's going to continue on for other people. You would think that, but what if that's not the case? What if the reason why the game exists is because you're here? So I'm saying to all of you here, not to be egoic, but to know you're a champion, to know that you're here to do some greatness. You are the only reason why this reality exists. Start acting like it. You don't need to defend that. This is the game of life, folks. Whether we're being used or not, forget all that. Just go be the star in your movie. You don't need to defend it. You are the game. Go play it. Go have fun. But you don't need to defend it. You don't need to tell somebody you should be doing it the way I do it. That's crap. Insight is asking about satellites. I'm not really sure about your question. There's going to be symbolism all over the place, but again, my take is on all this stuff. We can decode things a million times over, but again, 407 videos now and counting, and the patterns are very, very easy to see now, and the patterns are repeating themselves, reoccurring. Meaning that something is controlling this reality, whatever you want to call it. And some people say, well, it's a supercomputer, whatever you want to call it. I think that the title and whatever you want to describe it as is irrelevant. The point is that this reality is ruled over by something outside of mankind's existence. And I have supported that. Many of you other great decoders have supported that over the years, and we have continually showing these patterns. Again, but you got to make the truth your own. I'm not here to force this on you. I really don't care. I don't pay your bills. You don't pay mine. You don't have to walk in my shoes. I ain't got to walk in yours. All that matters is what you believe at the end of the day. So if this is not for you and you feel like, life's a little bit different, then go do that. Nick Cook says, I've had arguments and thought this is pointless because technically we are both right in our own mind's perspective. Exactly. But what happens is that you get into an argument or debate and then the triggers kick in and then you get into your programming of the way you're programmed. And now you're not living in the now moment. You're living as somebody you're in the now moment, but you're so focused on that argument, but you're going through programming. Like your behavior is reactory. Versus where you can look at your life consciously and just be the observer, and you can see somebody else's perspective and see how they're actually living through their code, and they're going to tell you, well, it's this way, it's that way. No, I think you got to do it this way. And it's like, it's what I don't like, what I like, what I don't like about you. It's why do you care about how I behave and act? As long as I'm being cordial and nice to you as a human being, if I'm not stepping over those boundaries, if I'm not abusing you, or I don't have to agree with everything that you say. And the thing about it is, ladies and gentlemen, with relationships, that's why decoding yourself it's where it's at. Once you know your partner, you got to know yourself first. Many of you, I would say, you don't know yourself. Not you though. Not you'd be the exception, but everybody else, the majority of everybody, you really don't know yourself. How can you ever attract somebody that is authentically lining up with you when you don't even know how you line up? I mean, so the value in astrology and numerology and tarot, and it's like if you're a 9 life path, you're a humanitarian. Your soul came here to be a humanitarian. It's simple. So you're going to be somebody who may be like really giving and maybe a little naive because you want to give, you want to help people. And you're like, I can't help it. That's great. But then if you get a partner, what kind of life path do they have? Do they know that you're a humanitarian and that's going to be on the forefront of your life perhaps? Maybe it's something where it's like the majority of your life is spent on a 9 life path. Is your partner going to be cool with that? Are they going to say, love is allowing, you're the 9 life path, I'm going to support you as a humanitarian? And then you can start to really select partners based upon what life path they are. This is where you get into strategy in life. If you're a 7 life path, you're an analyst. If you're a 6 life path, you're a cosmic mother. If you're a 5 life path, you like adventures. If you're a 4 life path, you're here to build something or be a teacher. If you're a 3 life path, you're some kind of artist or you like to communicate or something like that. If you're a 2 life path, you're going to be working with people. If you're a 1 life path, you're going to be a leader. If you're an 8 life path like myself, you're going to be working with power. And I covered them all. If you're 11 life path, you're going to be a 2. You're going to be working with people at a higher level. If you're a 22, you're going to be working as a 4. You're going to be a master builder, system teacher builder. If you're a 33, you're going to be a cosmic mother, a 6, taking care of people. It's the Mary Magdalene energy. It's so simple, ladies and gentlemen. And then when you go, that's why I'm like, if you're going to date somebody, hey, what's your birthday? I want to know your birthday. Because then I know what I'm dealing with here is a foundational piece of energy. Why am I going to waste my time? Why am I going to waste your time? This is the future, by the way. This is how you get to perfectionism. The paradise. You get it to where you know people's code. That's how you reach paradise. It ain't the way of Pisces. The way of Pisces, man, was a lot of battling and, the ending of an age of a lot of battling. Relying on something external to do your bidding for you. Well, Aquarius ain't like that, folks. Aqua is an air sign. It's a sign of knowledge. It's a sign of knowing thyself. Do you know yourself? Do you know your partner that you're married to or, in bed with? Do you really know them? Do you know your kids beyond raising them and knowing what kind of toys they like to play with and what their favorite bubble bath is and all that stuff? So Pat's asking, what life paths match well with 3? All the numbers match well with all the numbers. It's what you want to match up with. Study all the life paths. Just go study life path 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you'll have them all. And then say, which one do I really want to be with? Which one do I think would really complement my life? That's just one part of it. Then you got the identity and the ego. Then you go, of course, the one big caveat in all this, ladies and gentlemen, is the secret part about the skeleton, is that the people and their past. Most people will not tell you what happened in their past. Most people will hide their past. Most people will hide the things they don't want you to see. That's the only caveat. That's it. Other than that, astrologically, Enneagram, human design, personality type, you get all those layers right there. Now you got some code to look at. This is where dating's going for. I promise you, it's going to get light out or dark out for you. This is where dating is going, it's already doing that they're already doing it, but it will be full-fledged. Where before you go and look at somebody, and it's like, first, are you attracted to them? Okay, well, that's step number one. Oh yeah, that person's attractive. Okay, well then what sign are they? Oh, okay, what life path are they? Oh, okay, oh cool, their life path, this and that. What do they enjoy doing? You see, like, oh, I enjoy hiking and rowing and sewing and mowing the lawn and whatever, right? That's fine, that's great, right? But what is your core? Your core is your life path, your astrological map, your sun sign, your rising sign, your Mars placement, your Jupiter placement, your all 12 houses. Where are they at? I want to know what makes you tick. What gets you off? What gets you excited about getting out of bed and saying, I can't wait to start my day today? That's really what I want to know about you. You know, if you're somebody who is like, if you want that old fashioned, like I want that old fashioned, 1950s love where it's all mushy and gooey and all that kind of stuff. Maybe you want to be with a Cancer. Maybe you want to be with a water sign. These are typical traits of these astrological signs. You look and say, I'm looking for a mate and I want somebody mushy and to fall in love with. And, it's not about this. It's just all about that, that notebook kind of energy, right? Like it's the ride or die and that's it. And it's all mushy and lovey-dovey and all. Maybe you want to be with a Cancer. It's very compassionate, very loving, very deep. The caring cosmic Cancer, depending on where that's at in the astrological map. But that's why I know for sure this is where we're going with dating and the world of being in a partnership. Mark my words. We're moving towards that. That one day there's going to be, apps and websites where you can just plug it all in. It'll be all in there and it will just compute it for you and you'll have a selection and that will dial you in. And again, the only thing missing will be the history of what they did in their past. That's the only thing that will be missing that you won't know. Because a lot of people don't do their shadow work and you got to deal with that crap. But at least you'll know. Kirk, Cancer Ascendant, is that through tropical or sidereal? Let me see if I can't. I want to show you. I think this may be the perfect time to show all of you this. See if I can get it. Give me 1 second. See if I can't. Hold on. Hold on, folks. Hold on. Hold on, folks. Just trying to get this ready. All right. Let me show you a chart of one of my dearest friends. Astrologically. Right here. If you don't know astrology, just try to pay attention as best as you can. Okay? My dear friend who owns this chart, who has this blueprint, is a straight up, as hardcore as you can get, vegan. She is also a animal rights activist. She is big into saving animals' lives more than anything else. Okay? I'm talking about like a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful person who is like a cosmic mother. This is what you're looking at for a chart. Over here, and this is sidereal astrology now, okay? This is the root of this person. The ascendant is on Cancer, okay? With the rising sign. Cancer is the cosmic mother, okay? It's a compassionate, empathic kind of energy, okay? And this is the first house, and the first house is tied to your magic, okay? When you look at the chakras, it's going to be the root. The first house is the root chakra, so it's your foundation, okay? This person, my friend, my dear friend, she's got the rising sign in Cancer, which is care and compassion. It's tied to the moon. It's ruled by the moon, okay? And she's got Mars here. And what she does is she defends the innocent, the ones that are the downtrodden, the animals that are in need, the animals that are being tortured. She's an animal rights activist, and she's a straight up vegan, as hardcore as you can get, okay? She was born to be this way. Because Cancer is ruled by the moon, we now look to where the moon's at. We come down here to the third house, and she is a Virgo third house. Virgo is the cosmic mother. It is the Mary Magdalene energy, the Mary Magdalene DNA lineage. 6 is the first perfect number. 6 is the last day of creation. 6 means perfection. It's in her third house, which means she's going to create through this house because it's the house of Gemini. She's got the moon, the sun, Mercury, Venus, and Pluto all sharing space. 5 energies in the third house. She uses her voice through the creative expressions of Gemini because it's the third house, and it will be a voice that is very strongly influenced by a Virgo energy. Virgo's the virgin. So it's going to be an energy that is going to be pertaining to the earth, which is where the veganism comes in. Now, across the way, all the way in the 9th house, she has Ceres, the goddess of agriculture. She is a vegan. Ceres represents the earth. It represents agriculture. It's in the sign of Pisces. Pisces is the very mystical one. She's very mystical about this. Her midheaven is in her 9th house. The 9th house is the higher mind. The 9th house is ruled by Jupiter. Where's her Jupiter? Well, we come down here to the 2nd house. Jupiter's down here in her 2nd house, which is in Leo. She's very pretty, so she can use her looks as a tool to make a stand on the world stage. It's a tool. It's not a manipulative way. It's a tool. When you have good looks and you can use that as a tool, this is what it's designed for. Jupiter wants to expand. It wants to expand through Leo. And in this case, she's a lioness. She's going to be a lioness. She's going to be heard. It's in the 2nd house, which is all tied to the high priestess and having a high degree of psychic ability and being an oracle. But she will do that through the lens of duality, to being duality. It also has Saturn here. Kronos, Saturn being the one that's going to be very efficient at crossing the T's and dotting the I's in the house of Leo. This is a house of fire. So her expansion of fire in the 2nd house, which rules duality and money and possessions, is all here with the Rahu here. So the drive of Rahu is going to be wanting to be in the limelight because Leo is a very extrovert energy. It's the lioness in this case because she's female. This is exactly what this means right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a chart of a vegan, straight up animal rights activist. Okay? Because she's got agriculture in the 9th house. The 9th house is the higher mind. This is Jupiter's house. And it's in the sign of Pisces. Pisces is ruled by Neptune. Neptune is your planet of dreams, possibly your screenplay. And where's Neptune? Down here in the 5th house, in Scorpio. She's got a high degree of psychic abilities and occult knowledge, very much interested in the occult knowledge. And Scorpio is the ruler of that. So this is all the story right here of a true vegan who incarnated to be an animal rights activist and a vegan. And not everybody has this kind of chart, folks. But this person lives, eats, sleeps, and breathes it. And they're very passionate about it. And that's why they defend it right here in the best way they can, by being on offense, by going out there and being that person, that voice, by promoting veganism, telling people this and telling people that, by living through it, by being the example, because the Mars energy in Cancer is going to drive this person to do it. And of course, the energy here with Mars, the Mars likes to defend. So the person has to watch out for defending. Don't need to defend anything, but defending care and compassion, defending innocent victims, defending the downtrodden. This is the chart of a vegan / animal rights activist, ladies and gentlemen. One of my really, really close friends. She's a beautiful person. And she does it so well in her life. But this is the code she got. She got Pluto here, the ultimate desires, her ultimate desires. Pluto, what does Pluto represent? The earth. Pluto is the ground you stand on. She's a vegan. Pluto in the 6th sign of Virgo, which represents earth. This is all the story right here of her being a vegan. She got Mercury there to tell the world about it. Venus, the planet of infinity, the Ankh, immortality. All across from the goddess of agriculture, which represents veganism. This is a chart of a vegan right here, folks. Not everybody has this, but this person lives through it and defines it and does it at a very high level and does not make any excuses about how this person lives their life. They are the true essence of a cosmic mother. This is the cosmic mother energy. This is the planet of communication in Gemini. She got Mercury there. Mercury loves this placement. Mercury rules the 3rd house. So Mercury's at home here. This is the chart of a vegan / animal rights activist. That's how you read astrology, folks. It's just so simple. I mean, that's obviously an easier chart because there's the stellium in the 3rd house, 5 planets, a lot of energy there. But that's not everybody gets that code. But that right there, when you bring in the goddess of agriculture with Ceres, amazing. And she had her Athena in Capricorn. Capricorn's another earth sign. Heavy earth. Heavy earth and water there. Cancer at the rising sign. Pisces at the midheaven. So water representing the body, representing human organisms. And then the earth signs of Virgo and Capricorn were her wisdom and this is why she was straight up vegan and animal rights activist. It's just such a beautiful code to see when like I know this person so well, and then you look at the chart and it's like right there in your face. And that's sidereal astrology now. That's the root. You move it 24 degrees forward, it's going to tell you a little bit of a different story, but it's going to bleed together. You got to know it. Like, if do you have anything in Virgo? Like, some of you, if you have planets, like the 6th house of astrology, to me, the basic fundamentals, yeah, it means health. The last day of creation isn't important. So it means masterpiece. If you have some planets in your 6th house, I'd say you're here to leave a legacy behind. Especially if you're somebody who's a 4. If you're a heavy 4, if you're like a 4 life path or a 4 birthday, well, you're a builder, you're a teacher. And then you have planets in the 6th house influence, and if it's in defaulted Virgo, well, then you're here to build something as a legacy that's going to be an earth aspect. Maybe it'll be something that's planted to the earth. But Virgo is the cosmic mother, the virgin. The 6. 6 is carbon. The 6th element sits in her house, as I showed you, in the 3rd house, which is tied to the brain, lithium. So the brain and the body in her 6th house, she's got a stellium there. I mean, it's just so easy to see, folks. But that's how beautiful astrology is. And how when anybody says, "Oh, astrology doesn't work," or folks, it's a big piece of how our reality works. Big piece. That's right, Catherine. She is a warrior. That is for sure. That boy. I mean, if you got Mars in the first house, man, whatever sign it's through. I mean, that's, Mars is, to me, is the precursor to Pluto. So Mars is like kind of on the front lines, and then Pluto's like the general in the back, waiting to go in for the kill. Pluto is the thermonuclear detonation. Pluto is the bomb that goes off. Mars may light the fuse. Pluto is the bomb itself. That's why Pluto is your ultimate desire, which represents Earth, because it's the dirt beneath your feet. Pluto, Hades, the underworld, which is tied to Prometheus, it's all tied to the Earth. And the Earth is all about the soil and the Earth's crust, and that is part of our reality. It's got a partnership with the sun and the moon. That's why I say the Earth is the black sun, because it has a partnership, a cooperation with the sun and the moon above, which is the Ark of the Covenant. The sun creates photosynthesis, which creates the rain cycle, evaporation, condensation, precipitation. That's the reincarnation-incarnation cycle, I think. And without the sunlight provides the photosynthesis for the plants to grow. Those animals that are herbivores, they wouldn't have any food if it wasn't for the sun. Okay? So there would be no cycle of life if there was no sun. There would be a big missing mark if the sun went out. You'd now have to rely on artificial lights, which you could still grow plants from, but it would change the parameters of how this reality works in a big way. Why is there a patent on a sun simulator? Well, I don't know. Couldn't tell you that. Maybe the sun's, I've postulated, I've said this, just theoretically saying the sun's going to go out. What if the sun's going to go out? What if the moon's a burnt out sun? It's possible. I know a lot. Some of you here, you have a challenging time considering the possibility of what the future may look like. So when I was having my discussion with Jordan and Jason from Archaics, when we did our Let's Talk About the Waters Above Archaics, which was such a great discussion between us three. Jason mentioned Philip K. Dick, and I know this guy because I've studied him. I just haven't done a decode on him, but when he mentioned him, it triggered something in me, and so I started to do a little bit of digging. And I had literally just weeks before that, I had just watched the movie again called Minority Report with Tom Cruise, and that movie is based upon a screenplay from Philip K. Dick. He also has a few other movies, one of them called Total Recall, but he is the guy who really introduced the cyberpunk era, which is seemingly a big description of the age of Aquarius. And what's so fascinating is Philip K. Dick was born on December 16th. And his birth card is the Two of Clubs, which is the Two of Wands. And the person who has this as their birth card as well is a guy otherwise known as Elon Musk. So this is the card of the futurist. The two wands represent the sun and the moon. He's holding on to the one on the left, which represents the sun. The one on the right is the moon. He's holding the world in the palm of his hands. This is the futurist card. The two. Two means duality. So Philip K. Dick has the card of the futurist. Elon Musk has the card of the futurist. He's already creating the Neuralink. It's already created. It's already there. It's already ready to go. Or in the works of getting ready to go. They got satellites in the sky. There would have to be some massive change in the world for all that stuff to go bye-bye. Spending who knows how much money to get all this stuff going, and would you think that these people in these high positions kind of have some knowledge of how this reality works? Or do you think they're just idiots and they don't know what the hell they're doing? Well, we could say it's 50-50. We could say they're complete idiots. They have no idea what they're doing. And they got it all wrong. Okay? But when you take into consideration the aspects of astrology, and you take into consideration that we are or have already moved into the age of Aquarius, and then you start to study the age of Aquarius and you realize, well, the age of Aquarius, when you know astrology, looks nothing like the age of Pisces. Absolutely nothing like it. Well, I mean, the age of astrology and the cyberpunk and Philip K. Dick and what is the story of Minority Report, the movie? What is all that? What is that all about? So let me show you. Again, this is off a novel by Philip K. Dick. Here it is, Philip K. Dick. Okay, there's the guy right here. Okay, he was not really well known when he was living, but now he's revered. All right, science fiction writer, and it was based on 1956. 56 is Lights, Camera, Action, the movie, okay? And this is where they have a specialized police department where they apprehend criminals by foreknowledge, okay? Now you're getting into Prometheus, foreknowledge by 3 psychics. So this is basically preventing crimes before they'd happen. And then you get Total Recall, Arnold Schwarzenegger. They read it again with Colin Farrell. But how would you prevent crimes from happening? How would you do it? Well, you would rely on technology. The advancement of technology. That's how you would do it. Well, the age of Aquarius is the age of technology. The ruler of Aquarius is Uranus. Now, you can say it's co-ruled by Kronos, but I say it's completely independently owned by Uranus. Uranus is the planet of technology, eccentricism, etc., etc. Saturn it now has its own house, which is Capricorn, which is the boss, the CEO, running time. Is it an accident that they created the first 50 Bitcoins in the Genesis Block 0 on January 3rd, 2009, and in the 25th nakshatra, in the sign of Aquarius, Uranus was sitting right there, hanging out, sitting right across from his sun, which was Saturn, down in the opposite house? Is that an accident? Did they do that on purpose? Did they purposely file that on 2009? In 2009. And that movie, Minority Report, was dystopian/utopian. It was both. Isn't that what we live in right now? We live in a dystopian/utopian world. How would you create perfectionism? Isn't preventing crimes, isn't that moving towards being in a paradise? I would say so. Do you think computers are going away? Do you think that technology, do you think cryptocurrency, I mean, they're building stadiums now with cryptocurrency all over it. All these platforms, PayPal, Venmo, you can buy crypto coins now. It ain't going anywhere, folks. Unless something catastrophic happens and the world ends, or the sun drops and just completely annihilates this place. This stuff right here that we're all going, we're moving forward, we're marching forward with this stuff. I'm not saying this is absolute, but I'm saying it's a possibility. And again, like you look at Elon Musk, he's got the card of the futurist. Do you think he knows anything? Or do you think he's just an idiot? I think he's just a dumbass who doesn't have any occult knowledge, doesn't hang out with any people that have any knowledge about astrology and maybe the Hubble telescope and what they're seeing, what they're learning. These guys are morons. Yeah, they don't know nothing. Or do you maybe think that, maybe they know something? You can't just rule it out, folks, and you can't just say, well, we're not going to do that, and that's evil, and it's only evil if you say so. But I mean, I look at it from a layer of neutrality, and you look at cryptocurrency, and look, Pluto right now, Pluto is in Capricorn. let me just be really, I just want to be really crystal clear, because some of you, you're like, no, Pluto's in Aquarius. Okay, let me just support what I'm saying here really quick. Okay, hold on. Let me support myself, because I like to support. I don't like to just state my opinion if I can support it. So let me just get this set up here. Okay. Let me just get this, show you this real quick. So this right here is the map of the stars right here. Okay. This is in real time now. This is called stellarium./web.org. Okay. And here's this red imaginary line's the ecliptic, where the sun and the 12 constellations, including Ophiuchus, follow. And right here, this line right here is this is Pluto right there. This is Pluto, this X. And Pluto is right there in the beginning stages of Capricorn. It is not in Aquarius at all. Aquarius is way down here, okay? Pluto is right here. And Pluto in Capricorn, ladies and gentlemen, what does that represent? Pluto's energy is ultimate desires and the wrecking ball. And of course, Capricorn is going to be tied to the 10th sign, and it's ruled by Kronos. Kronos is in Aquarius. Kronos is now paving the way of time through the sign of Aquarius to make way for that. But Pluto's job, if it was in Aquarius, it would be eliminating technology. It would be getting rid of the deadwood in technology. It would be getting rid of the airwaves. Right now, Pluto's job in Capricorn is to eliminate the deadwood on all things Earth. Because Capricorn is an Earth sign. That's it. It's Pluto right there, folks. Okay? Saturn's right here in Aquarius. And then you got Neptune right here, paving the way for the dreams. Okay, this is all a unit. They all work as a unit here, this stuff. Okay, but clearly the descriptions of Pluto in Capricorn make way more sense than Pluto in Aquarius. And I feel like that is the agenda at this point, the screenplay, not of mankind, but of the supernatural. Pluto is removing the Earth stuff. And the handwriting is clearly on the wall, whether you like it or not. Now, could that completely be annihilated and changed? Anything's possible. But you see, I'd love to hear some of you that actually still use cash. The majority of you don't. You already have been programmed to digitize your purchases. All of you here probably don't use a map, a Rand McNally map or a big physical map to get around. You probably use your cell phone, or you probably use your navigation in your car to get around. I doubt anybody here plays records or has an 8-track player in their car, or even uses a cassette player. Everybody here probably uses MP3s, which is digital. We are away from analog, moving into digital. This is all Aquarian traits that you're moving towards. And money is a trait that is tied to Pisces, which is being removed. You're digitizing money. All you're doing is you're moving onto a ledger. You're moving it into the digital world. That's all you're doing. Which, of course, yeah. Well, now, what are the drug dealers going to do? What is it? Well, that would eliminate a lot of the problems, would it not? Because now you're not using physical cash to buy drugs in the drug trade. Do you think the drug trade is going to suffer if you're moving to crypto? Maybe, maybe not. But there's no longer physical cash. See, I just don't see that physical cash is going to last. When you're a fan of astrology and you're looking at astrology, I just don't see how that would fit into the equation. Now, again, I'm going to say this is purely theoretical based upon what I see forecasting for the future, but it's already being done. It's not like this is a maybe wish. This is already in place. When you start to see the big banks, when you start to see the big transaction companies like PayPal and Venmo, and the big ones now saying, do you want to buy crypto? Obviously, that's what they're going towards, and that's the collective. You don't have to be a part of it, but that is where the collective is moving towards. That's just the way I see it. I just don't see it any other way, folks. I just don't see it moving towards rotary phones again. And would you even go back to that? I mean, just last week, my internet went out. And usually, it'll go out and it'll come back on. It was out for 5 days, 4.5 days. And they were telling me, yeah, well, it's going to be fixed in a day. And that didn't happen. And then another day went by. And I got by. But I realized the absence of that, what it did to my life. And I can guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, that when you have the plug pulled on your electricity or the things in life that make your life easier, you're going to react to that. And you're more than likely, you ain't going to be happy about it because you're already programmed a certain way in life. If somebody flagged your bank account, if somebody came in and took all your money, would that change your life? If somebody seized your money, would that change your life? Abso-freaking-lutely. So you're programmed to rely on the bank account you have, the bank card you have. This is not any different. This is a fractal into cryptocurrency. Some of you, I don't know, man. Like I said, these are obviously my opinions, but a fiat currency, the countries already there. The US dollar, China and Russia, I mean, the stuff that I've been shown, not the world's reserve currency anymore. Stuff's changing, folks. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I see some of your comments coming in. I'm theorizing here, and I'm providing my opinion based upon what I see and what I've researched. That's it. You don't have to believe me. That's fine. But you see, people, I feel people, they refute the change. They don't want, because you're so used to a certain way. And you feel like, because I feel like people are programmed where, well, you're going to have no control. It's going to be a complete totalitarian. And if that's your end game, well, then I can see why you'd be completely against what's coming down the pike or what may be coming down the pike. But you're already reliant on the things you have in your life. This is just changing it completely differently. That's all it is. I just think people are funny, man. I mean, if your bank account got seized tomorrow, your life would change. You'd be pissed off, and then you'd realize how much you rely on it. I don't think the majority of you here realize how much you rely on the things that you've been programmed with. How much you realize how important electricity is when you go without it for a week. I've had the power go here in Mexico for like a couple days. And when it's hot and humid and you ain't got an air condition and you got to put candles on, you quickly remember how much you love your electricity. And that's what makes people appreciate the things they have in their life and being grateful for them versus, really kind of pushing up against whatever they're pushing up against and creating these things in their mind. So I see a lot of you still use cash. Yeah, here in Mexico, man, it's so funny. When I first moved to Mexico, back in 2020, I remember I'd walk to the store and I'd see people like lines out the door to get to the ATM. I'm like, what? Because I've been so used to using a card, and then they're just lining up. Like, what's the point? It's like, just use a card. And Mexico is behind. They're kind of like backwards a little bit. Not backwards in the way they do things, but they're behind in catching up to where the future is going. So, of course, people are lining up at the ATMs. I just couldn't figure that part out. Now I get it. So here in Mexico, people still use cash. Absolutely. Different culture. Different culture. So if you're a person who still uses cash, that's totally fine. But I'm saying is, like, you can see the handwriting on the wall. And the day comes, the day that comes, if it does, when you can't use it anymore, what are you going to do? Are you prepared for that? Or you're like, I'll worry about it later. Maybe you're someone who's like that. Maybe you'll just worry about it tomorrow. Maybe you'll just worry about it when that comes, and you don't worry about it. That's totally fine too. I just think, for me anyway, I think that, like, having cryptocurrency, having at least having a little bit to cover your ass in case that possibility is where we're going to, is a smart move. That's strategy. But when you just say, oh, that's not going to happen, and then it does happen, if it does, and then you're really scrambling. I think that's a bad move. If there is such a thing as a bad move. So Jay Avila says, I'm a 6 of spades. That's a great birth card to have. Look at that. It's right at the bottom of the deck. So let's talk about the 6 of spades, because it's tied right into theology and Genesis 1 verses 2, if you fancy theology. And the Genesis 1 verses 2 talks about the Spirit of God moving across the face of the waters. Okay? And so big shout out to this guy Gemini on Facebook. He's one of my Facebook friends. He had posted it, and then I saw that, and I was like, holy cow! And it ended up coming out to the 6 of swords. So there's the Spirit of God moving across the water, right there. 6 meaning perfection. 6 the last day of creation. So it has merit. It has some say. Virgo being the virgin. So the Spirit of God moving across the waters is coming out of Virgo, the virgin. Right? The first perfect number, talking about 6 in carbon. This is the Spirit moving across the waters to become a man or woman. Now, in the context of the cards of the tarot, it's going to have a different meaning, but when you use numerology, et cetera, this is what you're going to get. And it comes from the 6 of spades. So the 6 of spades literally represents the pulse of light, the diamagnetic pulse of light that shoots out, and then the transverse electromagnetic wave, the two serpents, the caduceus, chases after it. And this right here is card number 56. And what's the number 56 is tied to? It's lights, camera, action. So when you have the 6 of spades, well, you get the lights, camera, action card. Tied to one of them anyway. But very, very important. Bob Marley, by the way, the great reggae singer, he has the 6 of spades as his birth card. He was outlined in my 56 Decoded. And of course, he has a song called Buffalo Soldier. What did that mean? Well, the buffalo card in the medicine card is the 19th card in the deck. That's tied to the sun. Soldier is the soldier. Soul is another word for sun. Buffalo Soldier. And he's got the damn Spirit of God in the context. And he was all about that aspect. He was a son of God. So interesting. 6 of spades. Eight of Hearts, David M. Eight of Hearts is great. Eight is the ultimate pursuit of love. Eight is power, so it's the power of love. Eight of Hearts. So it's somebody who really, really goes out of their way to help people, because it stands for the power of love. Eight being power and the hearts meaning love. And in the tarot, what's so fascinating about the Eight of Hearts is it becomes the Eight of Cups. And this card, the Eight of Cups, is card number 44. And 44 is tied to the number 101, which is tied to the God coming down here and playing out the game of life. So, where the hell is it? So you got to get through 70 plus cards. Here it is. So Eight of Cups. So Eight of Hearts, Eight of Cups. This card right here in the Cards of Illumination sits in the Neptune-Jupiter line. Neptune is I feel Neptune writes the screenplay, called the sea monster, Neptune does. Runs the water. The water's our body. So this card right here, to me, this is like spiritual quest, going on a spiritual quest when you get this in a tarot reading. But when you look at it from the straight up, the foundation of the cards, this is spirit saying, I'm leaving the spiritual realm and I'm going to become a human. I'm out of here. And it's the 8, and the 8 is tied to the number 19. 19 is the 8th prime number. The sun makes that Annalena shape, the 8, as it moves across the sky. The 19th card in the tarot is the sun. So the sun, the spirit in the sky, says, I'm going to go play that game called life, and there it is. It's leaving behind the essence of being a spirit and manifesting itself into a human being. And then the card that is before the Eight of Cups is the Seven of Cups. And this is the choices. See, the spirit makes the choice. Okay, which character am I going to be? What am I going to play down there in the game of life? Which channel am I going to tune into? And then it says, I'm out of here. And it makes its way. Or vice versa. So beautiful. Yes, I do. I do collaborate the medicine cards through the Cards of Illumination. I do. I think they sync up beautifully. The 27th card in the medicine deck's the Dragonfly card, the Great Dragon hurled down. That's Cobalt on the periodic table. Cobalt comes from the word Kobold, which is 19 in German, which means goblin, and that's tied to the sun. So the sun, the Great Dragon that gets hurled down is the sine and cosine wave through the sun. The sun's energy, photosynthesis, you get into the phosphorus, nitrogen cycles, Lucifer, Prometheus, the contract of the earth and the sun. It's really all embedded together when you look at those. Where do we go to get the card numbers? You can email me for the charts. I have the charts I can send you. So just decodeyourreality@gmail.com and I'll send you the charts. Six of Clubs is the 19th card in the deck. It's tied to the word victory. The Six of Clubs is the messenger card because it's tied to the sun. The Six of Clubs is the 19th card in the deck, and the 19th card of the major arcana, it's the sun card. Six of Clubs is the card 27 or 28 in the tarot and the minor arcana, tied to the sun. So it's the messenger card. Essentially, the Six of Clubs, it's the basics of the six. Virgo, the Virgin, of course. So it's a virgin energy, the messenger. And the six is perfection, legacy. But it's the messenger. Clubs is an air suit / fire suit. So it's from the sun. It works for the sun. It's the completion, the formation, the perfection of the sun's spirit, the spirit, the perfection of the spirit. It's the messenger. So essentially this energy, if you have an ego card as a Six of Clubs, it's like the Renaissance. It's like the Renaissance man or woman. It's like being really good at everything. Because it means perfection, legacy. And then you go to your sixth house and see exactly if there's anything there. That's your house. To me, that's your house of legacy, masterpiece. The sixth house. And then where your Virgo is located at, living through what house that's in. Pamela, you're the turkey in the medicine deck. That's card 31. 31 is tied to the words ride or die. What is the ride or die? It's tied to gallium. Gallium has the rooster, similar to the turkey on the periodic table. 31's tied to ride or die. 31's tied to the 5 of diamonds. 5 of diamonds is tied to the 5 of pentacles, which is card 69, which is the game of life card. So what does the turkey mean? It's the supernatural giving away the gift of life. That's what the turkey means. The supernatural God, whatever you want to call it, it gives away the gift, allows you to come in here and play the game. It uses you as an instrument, I think, but that's the gift, being able to cut, and you should be grateful for it. The turkey is all about why the turkey? Because the turkey gives itself away for many households during Thanksgiving. That's what that card means. The turkey means giveaway, which essentially is tied to the game of life. The 9 of clubs can be tied to the, Jason's asking, the 9 of clubs is the butterfly medicine card. No, the 9 of clubs would be tied to the 22nd card in the deck, which is the beaver card. The beaver is the master builder card, because the beaver in nature is the master builder. That's why the Native Americans who built the medicine deck, they chose the beaver as 22, because 22 in numerology means master builder. 22 reduces down to the number 4. 4 is the builder of the heart, master builder. Right? We're looking for the Tin Man, looking for your heart, looking for something to build, looking for something to love. So the 22 is tied to the Christ because it's a master builder. It's the wounded warrior card. The 9 of clubs becomes the 9 of wands, which is the wounded warrior. And that's what every one of us is, essentially. This one right here. The 9 of clubs is the 9 of wands, the wounded warrior. Card 22, card 31. 30 or 31, depending on how you look at it. 22 is tied to the words natural. It's tied to the word organic. And it's the 9, of course. The 9, the last number in the lineages of the numbers 0 through 9. That's why the Hermit card in the Major Arcana is the number 9, the 9th card, because it's the wise sage. 9 is the last number. So it has all the energies of the numbers that precede it. That's why 9 is considered the humanitarian number, because it has the refinement of all the numbers before it. It's been through all those lineages of numbers. It lands at the number 9 and it becomes a humanitarian. Three of diamonds is the 29th card in the deck. It's going to be tied to the armadillo. No. Yeah, the armadillo, right? Armadillo, I think. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. It's going to be tied. The 3 of diamonds is the 29th card in the deck for the cards of illumination. It's going to be the 67th card in the tarot, which is tied to holmium, the most magnetic element on the periodic table. And then in the medicine deck, the 29th animal is going to be the badger. And the badger, I mean, here in Mexico, it's so amazing. I got so many synchronicities with that number and that card, the 29. And when I first moved here to Puerto Morelos, the first place I got was on the 3rd floor, and I had this huge back porch. And the Mexican badger called the Tohona, they have these long raccoon tails. They're like this. They're like super long, and they're so cute, man. But they're vicious. And it's the Mexican badger. And they'd come visit me. I'd feed them dog food, and they're so amazing, man. I'd have like 50 of them on the deck, and I just throw the dog food out, and you just be a crunch fest. And that's all you'd hear is crunching. They love it. There's little babies, and they climb the trees. They're awesome. They eat tortillas, but that's the badger, the 29. Probably too much information there. I went a little bit too crazy on that one, but. Seven of diamonds is the 33rd card in the deck, tied to the 7 of pentacles, which is card 70 or 71, which is tied to Lucifer, which is tied to ascension and the Christ. 71, the 7 of pentacles. Let me just show you. It's tied. The word God in the prime cipher is 71. Okay, the prime cipher numerology, taking the prime numbers, matching it up to the letters A through Z. The word God is 71 in the primes. 71st card in the deck of the tarot is the 7 of Pentacles, tied to the 7 of Diamonds. 7 of Diamonds is the 33rd card in the deck. 33 is the number of the Christ. 33 is primarily how many vertebrae each and every one of you have. Some of you have 34, but the majority of you have 33. That means ascending. 33 degrees is the temperature at which water turns into a liquid at Fahrenheit. 32 is where it freezes. 32 and 33 are the separation point of physical to liquid. 7 of Pentacles, 7 of Diamonds. Card 71. This card right here means assessing what matters to you. You see, if you're going to ascend in the context of ascension, like reaching nirvana, if you're at that stage in your life where like, what matters to me? This is what this card means. It's tied to the Christ. Ascending and making your eye single and being a minimalist and getting rid of all the things that weigh you down. This is all the things that you've gathered up in your life. You're looking at them and saying, what do I want to take with me? You ain't taking anything with you when you die. You take nothing with you. But this card right here tied to the God, the 7 of Pentacles, card 71, tied to the 33. This means assessing what you want to take with you. And how do you reach nirvana? You got to pretty much get rid of everything through the essence of what nirvana means. All right, I think I'm going to patch this one up here. I've been going for a while. Yeah, man. Ali says I'm a life path number 9, humanitarian. It's like a refined number. A lot of numerologists will say you're an old soul. You probably feel like that. 9, if you're a 9 life path, your drive is towards being a humanitarian because you've gone through many stages of your life and you're at that end cycle of the number 9 and you're like, you look at all the numbers below you and you've been through every stage. And that's why when you get to the number 9 and you have this life path, this soul contract, you're a refined bottle of wine. You're like really, really want to step it up and be a humanitarian. Now, if you have some really strong points in your chart, you could become a philanthropist. Or if you really resonate with that, like if you feel that urge to work with money, like high degrees of money, and you want to become a philanthropist, you don't actually have to have it in your chart to earn the money. You could go work with a philanthropist and be kind of that mindset behind the organization. As long as you're serving the humanitarian energy of the spirit and life path that you are, you're good to go. Now you have a 6 of spades, and again, that's the pulse of light. So that right there means the spirit of God, the 6 of spades, working for the sun. Where's your sun at in your astrological chart? But if you have a 9 life path, ladies and gentlemen, if that's exactly what you have, like Ali has, and you know it's a humanitarian, some of you are here to be a philanthropist. I mean, you could be actually the philanthropist, which means you got to get used to the fact that money's a tool. It's not evil. And having a lot of it is not a bad thing when it's in your code. See, if you're somebody who says, well, no, money's going to die and this is bullshit and their system's jacked up, and you got it all, you're looking at it in a much different perspective than I am. You see, your code, maybe you weren't raised with it. Maybe your parents didn't have it, or maybe your culture doesn't think good about it. Your religion or how you were programmed. It's just a tool. Some people incarnated to really have a lot of money. Why is that so bad? Do you think everybody that has a lot of money is a bad person in your eyes? Well, if you don't have it and maybe it's always been a crutch in your life, and you've always stated, I'm broke, I'm broke, I'm broke, and you keep stating that magical spell, if that really pays homage to you staying broke, well then you're going to keep living through that cycle. But again, this life, this journey that you're on is the only thing that matters the now moment until you die. No matter what happens in the collective, your journey, you being the star in your movie, that's the only thing that matters. Whatever you believe, that's the only thing that matters. So when you look at your code and you start to see what your cosmic blueprint is and what you're built for, it's a game changer. Because folks, it's just you against you. There's no competition in this world. You place competition upon yourself by looking out into the world and looking through that double slit experiment, and you now start to define things. The world doesn't need defining from you. It already was defined before you got here. That's it. Many of you are defining, you're trying to define reality that's already defined. You should be defining your life, turning off everybody else's life and paying attention. Like, what do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to build in your life? What would make you the star of the movie? What's going to get you out of bed and say, I can't wait to start my day today? When you get to that place, you're free. But when you start to really look at, like, well, I just talked about, like, we got a lot of like static in the chat about when I started getting into crypto. A lot of you get real staticky. And I get it. I totally get it. But how about if we just forget about crypto, forget about physical currency, forget about gold, where the world's going? Just put that all on the side for a second. What do you want? What do you want to do in life? That's the only thing that matters. It's just you against you. There is no competition. It's just you looking in the mirror, and that's your competition. Scott Duffy. Look in the mirror, that's your competition. That's it. I'm not your competition. I don't pay your bills. You don't pay mine. I'm just a voice. You don't have to listen to anything I say. I mean, folks, I have done countless readings. I know people, I'm friends with people that are very wealthy. And I look at their charts and I'm like, man, you're born to be this way. Like, I can see it in the charts. The charts don't lie. The code, the cosmic blueprint's not lying. So their foundation is going to be built on that premise of money's important to me. It's a tool to me. How can that be wrong for them? If you have it in your chart and you don't have the same context, maybe you were raised in a family and it was, like it was slim pickings. It was a tough upbringing and all that. That was your code. You can't look at somebody else and saying the way they're doing it is wrong, because you're programmed from an aspect of scarcity. I mean, the great Bob Proctor, who I need to do a decode on. The great Bob Proctor, who I have suggested to countless people to go study his Born Rich. If you're living a life of scarcity, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, if you hate your job, if you don't really like your life because you don't have enough money, and folks, I mean, money ranks right up there with oxygen. It does. You need it to survive in this reality. In my world, you do. I'm not saying it's going to be the end all, but it's a tool to use. When you look at money as a tool, and that is the only thing that it's used for, okay, well then, if you had a lot of money, what would you do? If you had $1 million coming in your bank account every single month, what would you do with your life? Would your life change? Would you just become an asshole because you got all this money, or would you actually go do something about it? Then you look at your life path. Well, if you're a 9 life path, like some of you in here, you'd be a humanitarian. You'd probably take that $1 million a month coming into your bank account and you would go build a school for kids, or you would go build a retreat center or a healing center. That's what you would do with your money probably. You probably wouldn't be out there buying yachts and houses and cars and filling up a 12-car garage. You probably wouldn't be interested in that because it's going on your soul contract. Once you know these layers and you resonate with them and you see them, and then you have them, then you're like, okay, well, I'm born to have money, and like, okay, let's have the money now. So the money starts to come in, and then what are you going to do with it? See, some of you are in the space of like you're bickering, complaining, and your mindset is, and that's your code, man. But I'm not a part of that code. I'm in the part of code of showing you your amusement park, showing you how this reality works, and then you do whatever the hell you want to do with it. Like I said, I don't pay your bills. I don't have to buy your food. I don't have to buy your shoes. I don't have to walk in your shoes. That's you. It's you against you. But Bob Proctor, man, perfect example, doing his job. Do you know Bob Proctor from Canada, from Toronto? He wasn't born into a wealthy family. He was actually, if you go study his whole story, and he was a struggling man. Got into debt. Had to work multiple jobs, couldn't figure it out, and then this guy got introduced into his life. You go study the story. Some dude gets introduced into his life. Well, I say the guy was supposed to get introduced into his life. Bob Proctor, this is his birth card. One of the most fortunate cards, if not the most fortunate card in the deck, this is called Fortunate Blessings. Tom Brady has this card. Michael Jackson had this card. Prince had this card. Fortunate Blessings. Jim Carrey's got this card. It's card 36. Jesus Christ equals 36. Jim Carrey had the initials JC. Played Yes Man. Played Bruce Almighty. I mean, how many more things do we need to see here that we live in a scripted reality? You got to know your script. Bob Proctor, 10 of diamonds, Fortunate Blessings. He took his shit life that he described as a shit life, and some dude he meets got introduced into his life. Can't figure out how it happened, but the guy somehow came into his life. He took a hold of what his principles were, started studying the principles, started doing the work, studied with Nightingale and Conan, and started in the personal development business under their brand. And then he branched off and went on his own and became one of the most prolific personal development coaches in our history of life. Why? Because he was supposed to. Now, not everybody is going to take what he has and utilize it as utility to make their lives rich, because they don't have the 10 of diamonds card. But for some of you that you can sit here and say, well, no, you're negative about it, man, I would really put yourself in check and look in the mirror. I see some of the comments in here, man. Are your comments positive or negative? Got to make lemonade out of this life, folks. You got to know your tools. Some of you don't know your tools in your toolbox yet. And you're automatically assuming you got to figure it out. I don't pay your bills and live and work in your shoes, but KK says, what you feed grows, what you walk in, what you're invested in is their flame that needs to be fed. Yeah, I mean, it's all about where you're focusing your attention. That's it. All right. Let's do a card pull, collective, and then I'm going to call this a night. I got to eat, use the bathroom. I drank 48 ounces of liquor before I came on, so getting to that point. My bladder's knocking at my door. What do I think about synchronicity numbers? Well, I mean, you'd have to define that a little bit more. You know, everything is code. So for me, what I mean by everything is code is like when I plug my phone in at night before I go to bed and the percentage of the battery pops up, that's a code to me. When I look at my receipt on my grocery store, that's a code to me. When you start to see recurring patterns, or you know what the numbers mean through the prime numbers, studying and decoding and all that kind of stuff, you can start to see what you're going to be in tune with. I can sit with a deck of cards. I can sit here and I can just talk to the deck. I can ask questions and I'll flip cards over and it just tells me the answer. I know it's telling me what's going on. I can do that because I'm in tune with the cards. These are in tune with nature. I'm in tune with nature. I'm flowing with the circuitry of nature. I'm flowing in circuitry with the matrix, the cosmic mother. I don't need anybody's approval. I don't need you to agree with me. I don't care. I already know that's my truth. And again, all you got to do is make the truth your own. Shuffling the hell out of this deck. There's no way to happiness. Happiness is the way. I like what Werner Erhard said from Landmark. He says, you're never going to get happy. So that the pursuit of happiness is the absolute guarantee against it. When you go through the course of Landmark, they're going to teach you, it's like, you're going to have bits of happiness, but you're pursuing it all the time. If I just get this amount of money, I'll be happy. If I just get married, I'll be happy. If I just have a kid, I'll be happy. If I just get a break, if I get a raise, I'll be happy. If I just get this house, I'll be happy. If I just get this new apartment, I'll be happy. And then you get that, and then 6 months later, you're not happy anymore. Because nothing outside of you is going to provide you happiness. You have to feel good about what you're doing in life. That's what's going to give you the way out internally. It's internal, folks. I mean, it's great to have, I don't know. I mean, this is my truth, right? So I'm living the life of a minimalist. I don't really own anything. I was considering getting a little scooter. I still may get one of those little electric scooters, because they're just kind of, I was like, oh, it'd be fun. But then I'm like, that's my ego that wants that. I got a bicycle, right? I got this hand-me-down $30 bicycle that I bought here in Mexico. I don't have to chain it up. There's no liability to it at all. I can just leave it wherever I want. If somebody steals it, then they needed it more than I do. So far, it's been great. And I thought to myself, do I need the electric scooter? Because I just go in and out of town, and my gym is just like a mile and a half away, and it's exercise. So I'm like, do I really need the scooter? No. Got the money for it. I can buy it, but I'm like, do I really need the scooter? And I'm thinking from a minimalistic expression. I'm like, I don't need it. My ego wants it, but I don't really need it. I got a bike, and the bike is more beneficial because I pedal and I get exercise and cardio with that. If I stood on a scooter, I don't get any cardio with that. So far I'm saying no to it. I mean, that may change, but I'm just giving you an example of, and for me, minimalism, this is the best my life's ever been. I got my challenges, but the best my life's ever been is realizing that, for me, I'm living through waking up and saying, I can't wait to start my day today. And I wish everybody here could experience that. Instead of complaining, instead of being negative, why would you want to be that way? Just go be you and go live the way you need to live. And your journey is the only journey that matters, not mine. Gratitude to me is the most important facet of life. Love is great. You got to love yourself. That's taking care of your temple. Are you checking that off the box? And then, towards other people. Are you helping the world some way, some shape or form? Or are you just complaining about it? Or are you pushing your truth upon other people, hoping that they'll surrender to your truth? And then you say, yes, I was right and I got my win. And then you sacrifice love to do it. Gratitude's where it's at, folks. It's better than love, which is gratitude is love turbocharged. When I take the level of gratitude I'm going to suggest to all of you, we're going to get into the collective card pull here in a little bit. Like, how much of a gratitude junkie are you? Well, when you brush your teeth, do you give thanks to your teeth? I mean, they've chewed all this food all these years, so you can feed your stomach. How about when you get in the shower? Do you give thanks to your shower head? The water tank on your roof or wherever it's at? Like when I ride my bike, I give thanks to my bike when I get done riding it. It can't hear me, but I'm appreciative of my bike because it took me to and from where I needed to go. I thank my shoes. I thank my legs for doing my cardio for 20 minutes. Are you at that state of gratitude? Or are you just too busy complaining that life sucks and it's their fault and it's them and it's they? It's much more fun to be a gratitude junkie. All right. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I shuffled the deck a million times. I'm going to just randomly pull cards. I'm not sure how this is all going to come out. I'm just going to kind of do this improv like I did last time. But let's take a look and see what the cards have to say about, the energy now maybe protruding into the future, trickling from the past. But like, what do we have to look forward to in this reality? I think mainly the cards speak in the now moment, but they bleed into the future and in the past. You may be able to get a projection. But really, when you do a tarot reading, like when I do tarot readings, I read the now energy of the person, like 13 cards, and like, what's your now energy talking about? And then you can make adjustments. You get confirmations. So we're going to do a collective card pull reading here on like, what is this reality frequency? What, like maybe even some of the people in here, some of you great decoders, what's the consciousness coming in? So last time I did this 2 weeks ago, it was, and the past 3 months, I would say, the majority of energy coming in, it seems like there's DNA activation upgrades coming in for some people. Maybe everybody gets a DNA activation upgrade, but some people are so far behind in the context of the gradient of how this reality works that they're still way behind. Just be grateful where you're at in life. Right? All right. So let's check it out. Let's see what we got. So we're gonna pull from the middle of the deck. I'm going to do it live here in real time. I'm going to try to get to the very, very center here the best I can. We're going to flip the card up here. And the starting point, wow, interesting. We got the 5 of clubs. Now, this is the 18th card in the deck, which is tied to the major arcana of the moon. 5 is the identification of everything. 5 is attached to everything in this reality. It's the ID of everything. Okay, so it's the individualistic efforts of the identification. 5 of clubs. 5 of clubs is an air sign in the cards of illumination. In the tarot, it's going to be a fire sign. This is going to be tied to the 5 of wands, which is the 27th card in the deck, which is tied to heaven, which is tied to Ensof, which is tied to competitions and battles. This is a lot. This energy right here is the restless mind. If you have this as your birth card, your mind is very monkey mind, and it's designed like that by nature. That's what's going to promulgate you to try a host of different things. So a lot of variety. This card is the card of variety, mental variety, but let's see what's next. 5 of clubs. Shuffle them again a little bit. 5 of clubs. And let's do another one from the middle. Let's talk about the 5 of clubs. What's the 5 of clubs talking about? Let's bridge upon that. So we got the 8 of, so we have the 8 of hearts, which is card number 8. And the 8 of hearts is the power of love. So we have the restless mind of the 5 of clubs. And we have the 8 of hearts, which is the power of love. Interesting, forms the 58. Right? Tied to Syrian, the goddess of agriculture, but that's a little bit too abstract at this point. But the 8 of hearts and the 5 of clubs together, we have the restless mind and the power of love. Okay, that's what we got so far. Let's pull a third card now to extend upon this reading. All right, there we go. And wow, another 8. So we have the 8 of clubs. Interesting, the July 20th, 1969, when they said they went to the moon, that was this day right here, July 20th, the 8 of clubs. This is card number 21. 21's tied to the world card in the major arcana. In the cards in the minor, it will be card number 30, which is lightning in a bottle. This is tied to the word simulation. This sits in space number 35. So it seems like we have 2 8s back to back. Interesting. So we have variety of the mind, restless mind, power of love, and now simulation coming in here, the 8 of clubs, 2 8s back to back. We have a lot of power here, a lot of energy of love and air, love and fire. So far, 5, 8, 8. Okay, let's keep going. Let's get another one. Let's see what we got. Okay, extending upon that, please. So we got the 2 of hearts. So the 2 of hearts is card number 2. In the tarot, it's the 2 of cups. The 2 of cups represents number 38. 38 represents the binary system, okay? But this is this card right here means cooperation. It means partnership. Partnership. It's interesting because the Pope Francis, the current Pope of the Vatican, he's got this as his spirit card. But anyway, creating a new cooperation as they move into the age of Aquarius. But we have the 2 of hearts. So we now have the 5 of clubs, the 8 of hearts, the 8 of clubs, and the 2 of hearts. And we can start to see a picture here. We have the restless mind, the power of love, the very psychic 8 of clubs, which seems to be the portal. So some energy coming in, and it may be indicating with these 2 cards next to one another, we may have a new partnership, a new contract. Two of hearts is a contract. because it's a partnership and it's a joining two hearts. So it means a partnership, a contract here. Let's get another card here. Maybe we'll just do 7 to finalize. Let's see what we got. So the 2 of hearts extending upon that right at the middle of the deck, shuffled. We get the 7 of spades, card 46. Interesting. Remember March 3rd, 33 has the 46. This is tied to our DNA. 46 is the tied to the word double helix. The 2 base pairs of our DNA, adenine, guanine, that equals 106, which is tied to the 46 through palladium, through Athena. So this is tied to our DNA right here. This is the card of strategy. This can be the card of deception, but that's the liability part of it. But the asset part about this is it means strategy. 7 is tied to the crown. Okay, and it's tied to our DNA. So it seems like the 2 together coming here, we now have a new contract and we have new DNA, double helix. This is what this 27 is, this 2 of hearts. Cooperation, contract, partnership with the 7 of spades, which is a strategy of a new partnership here through the DNA. It seems like that. That's the case being so far. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's get another one. Let's get card number 6 now. Let's see, we'll extend upon this. Card 6, please. Here we go. So we get the 9 of clubs, the 22nd card in the deck. 22nd card in the deck, and this is tied to titanium, tied to the Titans, the sons of the earth, the sons and daughters of the earth, which represents us. It's the wounded warrior. This is all of us having the Jesus Christ Superstar experience. And this comes after the card of DNA and the game of life. So really interesting, the 9 of clubs here. So, I mean, you know, we get gold there, but that's a little abstract because we have to include the other cards as well. But we got DNA here. We got DNA activation. We got cooperation. We got contract. We got the 9 of clubs, which is one of the Jesus Christ cards tied to November 11th. This year, Leonardo DiCaprio has the 11/11 birthday, and his name is Leo, and Leo's tied to the sun. Son of God is the Christ, right? All right, so let's get another card. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6. Let's do 7. Let's get the 7. I'm going to do 12 because I'm just going to do the whole astrological. Let's just do the 12 houses of the 13 because we're going to do the Ophiuchus. But let's get card number 7. Look at that, Jack of Hearts. Card number 11, tied to sodium, the salt of the earth. This is one of the Jesus Christ cards as well. This card right here tied to the Knight of Cups, which is tied to Prometheus, looking for love. Prometheus tied to the dirt to your feet. Everybody dies and goes back to the dirt. Okay? This right here is tied to the cross. If you watch my 2 Thieves Decoded, this card right here sits in the middle of the cross, tied to the golden ratio. This is tied to spirit coming down here to play the game of life, looking for love. So we literally have the Jesus Christ card, the superstar, the wounded warrior, the 9 of clubs coming through with the Jack of Hearts. Very lovely energy coming in. And that's in your 7th house now. 7th house representing marriage and partnerships. Okay, so let's keep going. We're going to get the house of Scorpio now. Yeah, why not? Let's just do 13. It's normally how I do mine anyway. I do 13 cards, but let's get the 8. We're going to get the house of Scorpio now. We're going to get that number 8. And we get the 7 of hearts, which this is kind of a shout out to today. Today's, what's your questions? Card number is number 59. 59 is not found in the cards because there's not 59 cards. So you got to take 59, subtract 52, the total amount of cards, and you're going to get the number 7. And this is tied to the game of life. And how very fitting, because tonight's what's your question is number 59, which is tied to the game of life. So we have in the sign of Scorpio, the house number 8, which represents power. We have the 7 of hearts, which is all about choices. This like grabbing the remote control. You grab the remote and you're saying, I'm gonna watch that. No, that looks a little bit boring. I'm gonna put it out. No, that looks okay. That looks good. That looks good. I'm gonna watch that. That's like the God, the supernatural. Remember the movie The Truman Show? At the end, when he walks through the doorway and he says, I'm out of here. And then they turn to the people watching Truman and like, okay, what do you want to watch now? What do you want to watch now? Something's watching us. Anyway, this is basically the remote control. Choices, illusions as well. In the 8th house of Scorpio, representing power. Okay? Representing power, ruled over by Mars and Pluto. So ultimate desires would be choices. Okay, what do you desire in life? Pluto. Your Pluto and Mars placements are pretty hefty. If you have Mars and Pluto together, well, that's a pretty strong energy. Okay, we're going to go to house number 9 now. We're going to go to the Sagittarians out there. If you have any planets in the Sagittarius, house number 9, tied to the Hermit card in the Tarot and the Major Arcana, we have the 10 of Spades, which is card number 49. 49 is tied to Down in a Hole. This is a Neptune card. Neptune, I say, runs the screenplay. So Neptune is co-ruler of, I'm going to say it's co-ruler because it's co-ruler of the 12th house, but Jupiter, and it's really kind of in bed with Jupiter. Jupiter seems to be the planet that really kind of has the experience of being a human being. Many stories and mythology of Jupiter coming down and being a swan, being this, being that. A lot of stories about the king of the gods, Zeus, which was an Olympian. By the way, Olympian is 30 in numerology, type demiurge. But anyway, this is the 10 of Spades. This is card number 60 in the Tarot, and 60 is tied to Neodymium and the 1, Neo. This was also tied to Skull and Bones. If you watch I'm sorry, not Skull and Bones, Society of Jesus. If you watch my Society of Jesus in there, it's tied right to it. The ultimate 10 of Spades. And 10 of Spades normally means endings and completions of something. This is in the 9th house of Sagittarius. 9 represents the higher mind. 9 is ruled by Jupiter, the expansion of the higher mind. So maybe something's coming to an end. Here, I'm going to get some cross-referencing here in just a little bit for the house across the way in the 3rd position. Let's now move into the 10th house of Capricorn, the mighty Capricorn, the sea goat. We're now going to get some information on the sea goat. And the 10th house right now, we have the 3 of Hearts. Interesting, because this is the card of celebration. I just did a post for fun today. And I said, in the tarot, it's card number 39. And the word masturbation is 39, which is the card of celebration. It was just it was a humorous energy to work through. Some of you didn't see it that way, but I do. I just try to find the humor in everything. But this is the card of celebration. This is the card of the Trinity. This is the card of the diamagnetic pulse and the electromagnetic wave that follows it. The Trinity, the true Trinity, right? And this is in the house of Capricorn. So this is a card of celebration. And when you had the card next below it in the house of Cancer, these are the 2 right here, and they follow suit. And 2 means cooperation, partnership, contract. And 3 means celebration. So it seems like there's a new contract coming in and a celebratory kind of energy coming in to follow that. All right, and we'll shuffle this a little bit. Let's now get into the house of Aquarius. Aquarius means your social circles. It's an air sign. Aquarians like to have a lot of friends, so it represents social circles. 11. 11 is tied to salt, sodium. The Justice card in the Major Arcana, okay? So let's get into the house of Aquarius. And we have the 52nd card in the deck, the King of Spades. The King of Spades, this is tied to tellurium, the element tellurium, which means earth, the king of earth, the King of Spades. In the cards of illumination, spades means earth. In the tarot, it's going to mean air, but no matter what, it's going to be heavily tied to earth. And the King of Spades being card number 52, sitting in the 52nd position in the charts in the cards of illumination, is going to be in our house of Aquarius here. And right below that, having a symbiotic relationship in house number 5 of Leo is the 7 of Spades, which was DNA. So we're going to come back to that, but it seems like, the King of Spades being the ruler of Earth and then DNA sitting right below that in the house of Leo, which is the spirit. Interesting combination. Let's get the 12th card. We got 2 more cards to go. House of Pisces now. Let's get this one. The house of Pisces, the 12th sign, very mystical sign of Pisces. And we got another 9 here, folks. The 9 of Spades, card 48, tied to Prometheus. The bishop. The 9s are the bishops on the chessboard. I think so. 9 is, this card right here is typically, it means endings. It means shit's about to change. And what's so interesting is across the way in the 6th house of the house of Virgo, we had the 9 of clubs, 2 9s, pocket 9s in the house number 6 and house number 12, opposite one another. That's pretty big. That's a pretty big indicator of massive change coming. But let's get the final card. I'm going to shuffle this a little bit. We're going to get the final card, the 13th card for this reading that I call the Ophiuchus reading. 13th card is going to be the card of death, or the card that we're moving towards to finalize this reading here. The center point of the bullseye of your eye. Okay, the black sun. We're going to get the last card now, card 13. So let's see what the 13 has to say. And we get the 3. Wow, the 3 of diamonds. So I had talked about this. This is the card tied to Christmas. Being born again. It's kind of funny. Like people say, I'm born again. This is the born again. One of the cards of being born again. Card number 29, tied to voltage. The word voltage equals 29. In Ohm's law, voltage, currency, and resistance are the 3 components that make up Ohm's law, which is electricity, right? This represents the voltage. This is Donald John Trump's card, by the way. The character he got to play on the world stage. Tied to voltage. You think he has a lot of voltage? Absolutely. Is he a badger? Absolutely. Medicine deck, he's a badger. You cross him, man, he'll be a badger. And this is the card of 13. 13 meaning death. So I'm going to try to really interpret all this together as we do the symbiotic relationship between each houses. So in house number 1 and house number 7, the very first card we pulled was the 5 of clubs. Card number 18, which is tied to the moon, but it's tied to a lot of mental sharks in the water here. This is a card of the restless mind. So then the first house representing Aries, it's a Mars energy, testosterone, drive, foundation, anchored being dropped. The consciousness here is a lot of competition. I think that really kind of makes fit of this world right now. Like it seems like if you pay attention to the mainstream, there's a lot of friction. This is that card of friction. Just to give you an idea in the tarot, if you're new to this, here it is. The 5 of clubs becomes the 5 of wands. And look at this card. This is competition and battles. These people are fighting. Because it's the restless mind. If you have the 5 of clubs, again, it's like, you know, if you have a 5 of clubs, you have the 5 of hearts. You have pocket 5s if you have a birth card as a 5 of clubs. But it's the restless mind. And this is what your mind looks like. It just can't sit still. It's like mental gymnastics. So we have this in the first house of Aries. And the Mars energy, like the drive. There's a lot of static on the world stage today. You can clearly see that and feel it if you go out into the mainstream. I don't really pay any attention to that. I don't venture out into that game. But if you do, you can see the dirty laundry and how much static there is. But across the way in house number 7, which is the house of Libra, which is ruled by Venus, the planet of love, you know, we have the yin yang. We had pulled the Jack of Hearts, which is one of the cards tied to the Christ. And this is the card looking for love. So I think how this is reading is people are really, really causing a lot of static and disturbance because they are really at war with themselves mostly, because they're really looking in the mirror and they're not liking what they see, but they project it onto other people. Right? The only competition is you, but nonetheless, across the way in your house number 7, which really rules marriage and partnerships, the subconscious, your mirror, is the Jack of Hearts. So what is this telling us here? It's the restless mind and then the heart looking for love, looking for something to create. See, if you focus and continue to focus on the restless mind and you never anchor down something that you want to fall in love with and create, you're going to be all over the place. Okay? And that's what we got with and so Venus wants to create through the Jack of Hearts, and Mars just wants to fight. The Mars energy in the collective just wants to fight right now. It wants battles, it wants competitions, it wants to be right. It's really in war right now. Mars is in war. And Venus is like ruling the 7th house. Venus just wants to procreate and make love. And I mean, it's literally make love, not wars right there. The first house and the 7th house. It's pretty interesting. Then we go down to the 2nd house and the 8th house. The house of Taurus, which is ruled by Venus, and the house of Scorpio, the 8th house. And we got for the 2nd house, we had the 8 of Hearts, which was really going on a spiritual quest. So we had Venus as the Jack of Hearts in the house of Libra, but the house of Taurus, the bull, which is really kind of really creating a foundation. It's really the power of love. I think people want to have love in this reality. People are tired of seeing all this nonsense in the world. A lot of it is illusory as well. A lot of these stories that are coming down the pike, they're not even real. That's why if you just turn it off, you won't be linking to it, because the world really wants to establish the power of love. We're moving towards that, folks. And then across the way, in the 8th house of Scorpio, we had choices. So the choices, look at that. We had 2 hearts back to back, 7 and 8. The house of Taurus was the 8 of hearts, and the house of Scorpio creating a symbiotic relationship, which is power. The power of choices through the power of love. Taurus and Scorpio. And I think, with Scorpio having the 7 of hearts, I mean, the Scorpio represents the occult. Scorpio is owned and ruled over by Pluto and Mars. I think a lot of people on the world stage, though, are creating and choosing wars. I think that's what a lot of people are doing. And that's collective now, folks. Maybe you're not doing that, but the world, it's not my world, though. Like, I live in my own little bubble. I hope that you guys and gals do too. It's more fun that way. It's less distraction. You're not going to change the collective, I can tell you that. So if you're not a part of it, life becomes a little bit more free. A lot more free. Okay, going to the 3rd house and the 9th house, the house of Gemini, the 2 twins, which is all about creating things through the Kundalini, the Ida and the Pingala. We had the 8 of clubs, which is tied to card 21 and the world. And this is all about love and creating a new simulation. And then across the way in house number 9, the house of Sagittarius, we had death here. We had the endings and completions. So we have literally the endings and completions of a simulation. But, we're creating something brand new here. The 10s to me represent the castles in chess, the rooks, the foundations, right? The endings and completions, the death and regeneration. Well, we had the 8 of clubs here, which is, lightning in a bottle. I think this is going to be coming quickly. The 3rd house being ruled by Mercury. The 9th house being ruled by Gemini. Let's keep going. 4th house. May come back to that one. 4th house and 10th house. Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. In the house of Cancer, which is the heart chakra, which is the foundation of what you're building, can be tied to your family, can be tied to the cosmic family on this reality. We can see that we had pulled the 2 of hearts, which is card number 2, which is going to be tied to Taurus, of course. And we go back to Taurus and we had the 8 of hearts, and the 8 of hearts is power of love. And so it seems that the foundation of this reality, the fabric of this reality is forming some kind of new contract. And I'd say it's the contract with the supernatural. Now, in house number 10, which is ruled by Kronos, which is writing time as we speak, we had the 3 of hearts, which is the card of celebration. And this is the Trinity. So we literally had, in sequence, we had this 1, 2, 3 times here in this reading. We had the 2 and 3 here. House number 4, house number 10. Cancer, Capricorn. Okay? The 2 and the 3. Partnerships, cooperations, contracts, and the celebration of partnerships, cooperation, and contract. And of course, Saturn ruling the celebration of that, the celebratory aspect. So again, ladies and gentlemen, what are you focusing your time and energy on? Are you creating your own bubble? House number 5 and house number 11, which is seemingly what we're living through collectively as we speak, the house of Aquarius and Leo. If we have moved into Aquarius, I'm not sure, but we're on the cusp if we're not in it already. House number 5 was the house of Leo, and that was DNA. Now, DNA sitting in the house of Leo, Leo's ruled by the sun. The sun, I've been saying this for months now, right? That it seems like the cards through the tarot and the readings have been about DNA activation upgrades. Well, this is the card of DNA. And it sits in the 5th house, which represents your identity, 5. And the 5th house is ruled by Leo, the lion, and the sun. And the sun is the spirit in the sky, which comes down to become matter. I would definitely say that we're getting some DNA activation upgrades. This is a definite, in my book, this is another confirmation. And to play in a symbiotic relationship is in the house of Aquarius, which we had the almighty, all-moving King of Spades, card 52, and this is Earth. So to me, this is definitely spelling out Aquarius, justice, social circles, currency, and DNA, 5 and 11. And we have the King of Spades, which rules over Earth, and the 7 of spades, which is your DNA, the double helix. So I would definitely say, in my opinion, the interpretation of this is another confirmation of DNA activation upgrades in the 5th and 11th house, by the way, which seemingly is the age that we may be in at this point of time. And then in house number 6 and house number 12, the house of Virgo, across the way, the house of Pisces, we have the Virgin, perfection, health, legacy, masterpiece, and then forming a symbiotic relationship with Pisces, the very mystical, watery aspect. Of course, our bodies are made up of primarily water. Pisces is water. Virgo is carbon. So this is definitely talking about the human body here. In the house of Virgo, in the 6th house of perfection, we had the wounded warrior. And I seemingly is, this is what we're going through right now. This is tied to the Jesus Christ. This is the wounded warrior. This is the house number 6. It seems like if we're at the tail end, if we're at the end of this age of, 6 being the last one, since it's tied to the perfect number and all that stuff, you can feel this. A lot of people can feel this is the wounded warrior now, this card. 9 endings and completions right here. And then it's paired with, in the house of Pisces, it's, the card of Prometheus, one of them. Card 48, Prometheus in numerology, and the Greek spelling is 48. This is 48th card right here. And it sits in that axis of Virgo and Pisces, which Virgo is Pisces is 12, Virgo is 6. 1 and 2 and 6, you bring that together, it gives you the 126. That is the atomic mass of iodine, which is the I am. So the Virgo and the Pisces energy, that 6-12 axis is really, really important. And we got pocket 9s there. 99 is the part of the atomic mass of the 4 main elements that make up organic soil. Hydrogen, carbon, these 4 elements, when you add them up, it's 42.99. And this is tied to Prometheus, tied to the soil. So, I think the game is changing, ladies and gentlemen. Then to top that all off, we got the ultimate card, which sits in the very bullseye. It's the 3 of diamonds, the card of voltage, the thunderbolt, the badger, very, very aggressive energy. But this card right here can also indicate what the tarot says all about it, which is apprenticeship. Should I show her? How is that card? I can't find it. I guess I'm hungry. But it's the apprenticeship card. So overall, how I see this here, ladies and gentlemen, this is just another extension upon what I've been pulling for the past 3 or 4 months. There's a DNA activation upgrade. There's a new simulation on its way in here. There's a new contract and partnership that is celebratory for the supernatural. It's like a new game's being issued into this reality, and it's like turning the channel. Imagine you're the supernatural and you're watching this game, and it's been going on for a long time. And it's like, imagine you had to listen to the same playlist over and over and over and over again. Imagine your playlist was 10 songs and you had to listen for those 10 songs for 1 year straight. You're now sick and tired of those songs. You can't wait to get a new playlist. So it's very possible, because this card's tied to the birthing of the sun. Sun moves at 1 degree above the ecliptic December 25th. It is tied to that as the spirit. And the 3 represents the Trinity. And, just for fun, right? This is Donald John Trump's card. I don't follow politics because it's just a show, but a lot of people think that he's going to be put back in there as... This is a big presidency too, right? 47th presidency. It's a movie, but it's still a pretty big deal. It'd be kind of funny to see who they put in there. Even if that happens, maybe there won't be any more presidents. But I definitely see through this. The big standout, ladies and gentlemen, was the very first house and the 7th house. Are you going to argue? Are you going to debate? Are you going to try to be right? Are you going to try to create competitions and battles, or are you going to focus on the mirror side, which is creating through Venus, balancing the scales of creating from a loving perspective? That's like the big takeaway here. And this 3 of diamonds is all about apprenticeship. So overall, the scheme of things is there's a new contract coming, a new simulation. This is an old story now, but it continues to be told. The DNA was in house number 5, which is your identity, which is the guru, the hierophant, ruled by the sun in Leo, the dragon in Chinese culture. The sun is the spirit in the sky. This is the DNA card in the house of Leo, ruled over by the king of spades, the earth, ruling over the earth. This to me is another confirmation. DNA activation upgrade for everybody. I can't say that. I think everybody would. It's just going to be a gradient. So be grateful for where you're at. Stop calling people sheep. Stop trying to wake people up. Wake yourself up. I know that you think you're awake. I know, and that's cool. I mean, if you can claim that, but do you think there's room for improvement? See, if you say no, then you haven't figured it out. That's my opinion. So when I say, is there room for improvement in your life? The answer should be yes. Okay, great. How much time are you spending on that? A little bit, maybe nothing at all. Because you're too busy following the mainstream, following their movie. See, when you're following that movie, you're taking time away from leveling up and having DNA activation upgrade. So if this reality is all about a DNA activation upgrade, which, it's in the 5th and 11th house, which if this is what's ruling over the age of Aquarius, age of Leo, these two cards would be the most prevalent right now. Well, the King of Spades is the King of Earth, and the 7 of Spades represents our DNA. I mean, the sun and Uranus. This is the sun and Uranus right here, folks. You run us. So I do see some wounded warrior aspect, but I see new contracts coming in here, but I see a celebration of new contracts. Whether you like it or not, this is coming in. You got to make lemonade out of this reality. Instead of fighting, create love. But it's going to be your love. Love is allowing. Don't try to force yourself on other people. This to me, this reality never ends. It never will. It just keeps going and going and going. And the only thing that matters is the now moment. This is all now energy. This is like bleeding into the future, I think. But the things are pretty crystal clear here. Pretty crystal clear. I'm just going to pull one more tarot card to get icing on the cake here. Some of you are like, yes, one more card. Can we just get one more take on all this energy here? One more card. All right. One more card now. There you go. 10 of Wands. Card number 32. This is taking the world upon your shoulders. You see that? You see the sticks he's carrying? Well, those actually form the double helix. If you draw a line around those, you will have the double helix there as well. So what is he really working for? It's the supernatural carrying the DNA, man. It's carrying the ultimate cross. The 10 of Wands. The 10 of Wands is the 10 of Clubs. The 10 of Clubs is the 23rd card in the deck, tied to the royal star of the lion, tied to the moon, sits in the house of Mars and the moon. 23 is tied to our blood. This is tied to our blood, folks. This is the DNA is right on there. You can see the double helix there, right? The double helix is right there if you fit it right over the top of those wands. This is card number 32. And what's so interesting about this right here, and this is just a complete solidification of what I've been saying here. This card right here is embedded into theology. Genesis 2 verses 7 in theology, the Old Testament Judaism is talking about man being made from the dirt. And God breathed into the nostrils, the spirit, his spirit or its spirit into mankind. However that looks, right? But I'm just saying is that has merit because it's tied into this card right here. Genesis 2 verses 7 equals the number 32. Or 34, 34. 34 is tied to selenium. And selenium's tied into the moon, and the moon is tied into this card right here. And it's also tied into germanium. When I did the alchemy of Genesis 2 verses 7, it ends up becoming the number 72. And 72 is the weight of the 32nd element germanium, which is this one. Now, what is germanium? What is that linked to in our language? How about germination? Germanium, germination. When you germinate a seed, Genesis 2 verse 7 is tied to germanium, which has an atomic mass of 72. Its protons is 32. This is the 32nd card in the deck. So it's tied to the aspect of being created from clay, from Prometheus, from the dirt, from the ground, from the seeds. And this is the DNA. There's DNA on there. So we had DNA twice. So the confirmation is pretty crystal clear. It's pretty interesting to see what happens coming down the pike, folks. I mean, just look at the bottom of the deck. The world card. Anyway, that's my interpretation of it. I think it's pretty interesting. But this has been a reoccurring message. Something profound is happening. And you got to make lemonade out of it. So if you feel your life is shit, well, it can't be complete shit. Are you doing everything to maximize what you can do to make lemonade out of it? So I guess my final message to all of you, like, if you're one of those people who life's not so great, what do you have to be grateful for? There's got to be some things in your life that you could, like, you're tuning in right now. So it can't, I mean, you're on your computer or phone. So are you grateful for your phone that you can tune into this message? Are you grateful for the cell phone carrier to provide you the service? When you pay your bill every month, are you bitching about that? Or are you actually grateful you can pay your bill every month because you have internet service to watch this message or other people's messages that help you with your DNA activation upgrade? See, it's all about perception, folks. When you stop complaining and stop blaming and stop pointing the finger and stop being negative in your life and you start focusing on gratitude and the things about your life that's great, then things start to change. And I feel like that's how you're going to get your DNA activation upgrade. If this message that has been reoccurring over and over for the past couple of months now, I mean, it's pretty obvious. That's what I got, folks. And, you know, this movie that we're playing out, I mean, this is it. Again, you know, like, it's great to theorize on what's beyond this. It's great to really have that mind of, like, what's beyond the physicalness of Earth. But all we can really prove is this life. And so the gift is life. Through the good, the bad, and the ugly. And you will create the ugly in your life by focusing on it. I'm not saying it's going to go away. I'm not going to say you won't have challenges in your life, but have you turned off the mainstream? Do you pay attention? I see a lot of your posts, some of you. I see some of what you guys are posting, you guys and gals. You're regurgitating the mainstream. You're spreading it around. You're like a marketer for the mainstream. And you don't even like it, but you market for them for free. You're not getting paid for it, but you market for them because you share it on your social media pages, in your phone calls to your friends and family, on the things you put your mind to, the things you watch on YouTube or the telly. You're marketing the material of the mainstream. And you probably don't even know that because you're in the moment of doing it. So that's kind of my final take on it. I hope that everybody had a grand time here tonight. It's been amazing. You know, enjoy your temple, enjoy this life, whatever you want to make of it. You're here now. So the out-of-body experiences and all this and that, that's all fun stuff, but when it's time to pay your bills, you won't be doing an out-of-body experience. When it's time to eat your meal, you won't be having an out-of-body experience. When it's time to masturbate in the shower, you're not going to be having an out-of-body experience. When you're wiping your ass after you went to the bathroom, you're not having an out-of-body experience. When you're brushing your teeth, when you're going to the gym and running and shopping and exercising, that's all part of being a human being. And that's what this life is all about, is being a human being. That's it. However you want to describe it, don't really matter. Doesn't really matter. All that matters is right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that's a wrap for what's your question 59. Let me see if I can't pick out a really cool song here. What do I want to play? Let's do some a cover of Rolling Stones. So maybe this won't get copyrighted, but let's do this one right here. This is a cover.
It's a cover of one of the greatest Stones songs ever. You can't always get what you want.
Can't always get what you want. You get what you need. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So it's been an honor and a pleasure to be here with all of you. Thank you for sharing your Saturn Sunday morning with me. Sending out a ton of love from Mexico. Make the truth your own. Looking for love, create that love, ladies and gentlemen. Until next time, we will see you later.
I saw her today at the reception, a glass of wine in her hands. I knew she was gonna meet her connection. At her feet was a footloose man. Now you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. I went down to the demonstration to get my fair share of abuse, singing we're gonna vent our frustration. If we don't, we're gonna blow a 50 amp fuse. And now you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. I went down to the Chelsea drugstore to get your prescription filled. I was standing in line with Mr. Jimmy, and man, did he look pretty ill. We decided that we would have a soda, my favorite flavor, cherry red. I sung my song to Mr. Jimmy, and he said one word to me, and that was dead. Yeah, and now you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. Now you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need.